And if you type in !Dayfort, you'll get access to the same document that I have, which is this. Now, this document currently shows this, which is the one fortress we've done in this world, which is Construct Veiled, which was the video that you guys just saw. In that fortress, the whole goal of it was to attack every caravan that showed up. And what we ended up doing was we started stealing artifacts, and I kind of accidentally sent all my squads over to one of my main squad to a cave that had a dragon in it, and they never came back. Now, they would have come back eventually, but either the game bugged out or something happened which caused them to not come back. So in my head canon, they went, stole the stuff, and got away with it. We retired the fort because I was very concerned that they just weren't going to come back and it was getting late. And then we went into Legends and read to find out that not only did they get in undiscovered and undetected, but they stole multiple artifacts from this dragon and got away with it. So because the whole fortress was a criminal fort based on stealing stuff, I kind of like headcanoned it together that they went and stole a whole bunch of stuff, took a whole bunch of stuff, and ran away with it. So that's kind of where my mind is at with that. So now what we need to do is we need to figure out what we're going to do for this week. So because the day forts, the whole shtick of it is I do one fort in a day, we will be coming up with a theme, and I've got a bunch of ideas for the themes in the doc. If you want to download the world, the week 1 link is the active version of the world that I have. So you can go download the world from that document. So we need to figure out what we're going to do, come up with a theme, although I'm kind of partial to one, unless you guys can convince me to do something else. Come up with a theme, then execute on the theme, and retire or abandon the fort by the end of the stream. That's the goal. This also will allow us to go into the world and with adventurers during the late night streams that I've been doing, and doing like 1.5 to 2 hour adventure mode streams where I go and explore portions of the world that we've maybe affected in the past, or places that we've messed about in previously. So that's kind of the whole shtick, the whole kind of theme of the day forts. Once again, if you want to go download the world and have your own copy of the world to mess about with, the second Enchanted Planets, which is the name of the world, Google Drive folder is available there. Keen Cook, hello. It's good to see you. I will also be attaching the YouTube VODs as they become available. Last week's VOD will drop tomorrow. You hope your year of daily fucking showers helped your skin? Oh, were you not showering previously? Showering is good for your skin, assuming you don't over soap. Although it's not great for your hair. Shower daily. Thanks everybody for all the comments and up. $53 views on the VOD so far. Or not on the VOD, on the Day in DF video. Nice to see people watching. I don't really care if they do super well, but I want them to do well enough that they're worth making. Like, I don't ever expect them to do as well as the news stuff, but so yeah, that's kind of the theme and the format. I'm gonna go with this one because this is my backup world. So Padin Badur. Before I actually load the world up though, we're just gonna pop into Legends for a brief second because I want to show you guys the actual world itself. YouTube support creativity. YouTube doesn't support creativity. YouTube supports fast news. They want me to do 4 a day. and create playlists that people want repeatedly come back to. All right, so I'm just gonna go to the historical map because I want to show you guys what this world looks like. This is year 1. Year 1, there was already an evil ocean. Like, that's where this world is at. There is already an evil ocean in year 1. But if we skip to current year, year 10, this was the fort right here, little flashing X, that we reclaimed last time. So if you guys want me to do the bridge fort, which is kind of what I want to do, because I've wanted to do like a long embark bridge fortress for a while, there's a few places we could do it. This right here is where the dragon's at. Right there. It's either like right there or right there. It's like on one of these mountains, kind of in this area. But that's where the dragon lives, which is interesting because there's like nothing around here. There's like a few elves kind of creeping into this portion of the world, but like also the Lark of Cults is a good name. Tempest of Daubing. The area that I think would be fun to build a bridge fort would be, if I can. Down here. So over here, there is this island, right? This island is filled with humans. Like, it's an entirely human-populated island. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and one of them's dead, necromancer towers on this little island. The Empires of Muscle is the name of the human faction that lives here. Check out this swamp. You don't see swamps like this very often. They're supposedly quite hard to generate, but we could very easily go right here or go right here and build a proper bridge over to here. Now, the question would be, are we doing it to the nations of spreading? The question would be, are we doing, like, what is the goal of the fortress outside of, Damn it. What have I done? I infected the entire hot potato with Shrek memes is what I did. Wait. Dude. Adds into... Picking a spot to settle? Yeah, well, I'm looking at it in Legends mode because you get this nice full screen thing instead of the small thing. Yeah. Sure, copper. I actually... For those of you who don't know, for my leg of the charity stream, I read about 2/3 of the Shrek script for charity. And since my portion, a bunch more people have been making Shrek memes. I kind of infected the entirety of that charity marathon with Shrek. I mean, we made almost $6,000 for Doctors Without Borders in 3 hours. So, worth it? The things I do for charity. So there is that. It is fucking mind-blowing. If any of you guys haven't seen the clip, here. I'm just gonna pause this music. Check this shit out. Give me a second here. Give me 2 seconds. So obviously this is RimWorld, right? But this is from the other day. News for me because like they're so much better. Whoa. Live than they are in person. That just actually happened? Yeah, so that was $5,200 in one single tip for Doctors Without Borders, which is fucking mind-blowing. I mean, my mom texted me in like under a minute after that happened saying like, you are completely lost for words. I'm like, wouldn't you be? God damn. So yeah, I think that's probably where we're going to settle. So for the actual theme of the fort, we're going to do a bridge fort. And we're going to do a long embark. So it's going to be a very long map. Not a very wide map, but a very long map. So I think we'll build the initial bridge, and then we'll bring in a pretty large population, and we'll build a little bunker, and we will be the stewards of the bridge. If the actual command that you're looking for, I think, is donate. If you do still want to donate to the charity under my name, that's the link to the charity water thing, which we have going separately, which, by the way, has raised almost $300 for charity water through selling some festive sweaters with my stream team. But yeah, no, if you do want to donate directly to the Tiltify, you can. All right. And yeah, so that's that. As far as sites goes, Construct Veiled was the previous fortress we did in this world. Which apparently actually has another group that has settled here. The Competitive Fence. That's interesting. Someone else has already reclaimed our Thief Fortress. Popularity work in strange ways. You could do something very unsurprising and not unique. It just happens to have done better than usual. Yes. That's how algorithms work. Yeah, someone else has already claimed it. I need to know who they are. Competitive Fence. A dwarven group from the Enchanted Plains. Okay. The competitive Old-Ath Virgin Bridge. Alright, well, I mean, wondering if any of the dwarves from that group. Yeah, actually. So the Competitive Fence reclaimed this place, and Patolus the dwarf is now a member of the Competitive Fence. Okay. Good to know. Do you ever get used to it? What, to the algorithm being weird? No, it's always surprising. All right, well, regardless. Start playing. Also, to be clear, in regards to the charity Tiltify thing, I do not have the notifications set up for that anymore. So if you do see, or if you are interested in chucking funds at that, I will not see it immediately. Because I don't want to have notifications going off in the background when the other charity streams are happening. Well, let's actually take a peek at this. What, yeah, so this is already connected. I go up here. Actually, so here's what we could do. Because this portion up here is already connected, which would make it kind of cheesy. So we could go down here and connect it. So I think this is probably the best route to do. We have very deep metals, and obviously a light aquifer. There's shallow metals underneath the ocean. Oh, it is Joyous Wilds. It's a tropical saltwater marsh, and it's, joyous. That's fun. There we go. How many biomes does that get us? It gets us the scorching oceans of untamed wilds. Tropical saltwater marsh, untamed wilds. Tropical ocean scorching untamed wilds. And a tropical saltwater marsh with joyous wild. That's actually kind of a really fun embark. Like, kind of a wild embark. I think this might be a good spot for it. I don't know, do we want the stream as well? I don't know how deep it'll be. Just default, yeah. Just default. I want to say with this world it was large number of sites, high savagery, high number of beasts. Everything else is just default though. Outside of that. Fun in both senses. Yeah. So this is a kind of a wild embark site. Kind of a wild embark site. I mean, part of the fun in it. So the goal of this fortress will be in range of humans. Fortunately, not in range of any of those towers. Be in range with dwarves and goblins. Select what faction we want to be a part of. I would assume it would make sense that we'd be part of the Brilliant Saber. Ooh, or the Trustworthy Picks. Definitely not the Gloved Helm. They're far too far. Same with the Raw Arrow, the Iron of Hush. So this would be a commission to bridge by either the Brilliant Saber or the Trustworthy Picks. Trustworthy Picks actually have a couple goblin fortresses under their control and some humans, so they're very warmongery from the sounds, I would assume. Crack open some legends while you listen. God. You made it an even... Oh, wow, you did. Cheers. Thanks for the 36... Or $31.66. It's a very, like, light-colored text to read, but cheers, man. Yeah, the actual charity stream itself was way out of my normal time slot, so I know a lot of people missed it, but... You know, we still are... This humble channel is still the highest raising channel for the Hot Potato Charity. A lot of channels have done very well, but we're somehow still number one. Thank you very much for making that a round 58. And also, you're the third donation to come in after we go live, after we finished being. Unless somebody passed me last. Yep, we're still the highest earner. Rangers behind us with $4,163.72. Then Evil Trick with $3,700. Theory with $3,017.17. JJM Jim with $3,298.40. FG with $2,881. Sally with 2,000 on the dot. Like, we've done crazy well. Like $39,107.10 raised for Doctors Without Borders, which is ludicrous. Absolutely fucking ludicrous. Like, I can't even comprehend that amount of money. Like, my brain just doesn't compute it, you know? You know, like, there's a lot of, you know, really big charity events that happen on Twitch every year. You know, like, there's GDQs. Yeah, I think we're going to go with the Brilliant Saber, partially because I like their names. Sorry, I want to stay a little bit on top. partially because I like their name, but also partially because they have the they don't have the warmongery tendencies, so this seems kind of fitting for them to spread down here a little bit. All right, so we're gonna go with the brilliant saber. Too steep or anything. I wonder which side of this we're going to spawn on, actually. All right, well, let's embark. You have selected a very large area. Choose a smaller area if you experience lags. You have selected an area with salt water. It might be difficult to survive here. You have selected an area with a light aquifer. It might need to be pumped out or carried away. Love all of these warnings. But, you know, there's a lot of big charity events that happen on Twitch every year. And so it's very easy to kind of feel outmatched, I guess, in the ability that for the amount that we can raise. And our group has always kind of been the little guys in a way. Last year, you know, we raised 20,000 for Doctors Without Borders last year. And we're halfway through the event now, more or less. And we've doubled that. We're still kind of just the little guys, in my opinion. But that is a wild amount. Like, I was watching my friend Northern Quarter last night. His overall goal for the event was like $100. I think he broke in about a minute. I think he ended up doing $1,500? $1,632.05. And the biggest streamers haven't even gone yet. Like, we still have Burke Black and Etelix. And we were like talking about what we were gonna do if we surpass the $50,000 goal, and we don't actually. What we're gonna do if that happens. Because it's just so goddamn far. All right. So we have 7 dwarves here, and of course we are constructors, we are builders, we are designers and workers. So I think I'm actually going to do something I don't normally do. I think we're all going to be adequate masons. Maybe like all adequate masons and then like 1 miner. It really is. Yeah, and like, I don't know how much you guys know about Doctors Without Borders, but they, you know what, you will make you into a carpenter. They can do an extreme amount of stuff with just a small amount of money. Like the amount of like meal kits and the amount of like just simple small things that you can get with $100 is kind of crazy. And so $15,000 or $50,000 is completely incomprehensible. So anyway, we're going to be heading out with, an adequate miner, a peasant, who's a carpenter, and then the rest will all be masons, because we're just going to be constructing and building a bridge. That's going to be the goal. Here's a question. Are we going to be living on the bridge? Or are we just going to be building a bridge? Because the whole point of because you know what would actually be really fun is if we go up 2 Z levels and then suspend our living space under the bridge. Might take a little bit of doing, but could be quite a bit of fun. Live on the bridge. London Bridge. All right, so the population is still set pretty low. I mean, initially we're going to be probably living in one of the local banks and toll the bridge. Don't think we can toll the bridge. I mean, Findile, I don't know. Did you see the actual embark site? The actual embark site is all untamed wilds, and there's a joyous biome. So we're going from an untamed wild swamp, which is probably going to have crocodiles or alligators and stuff. At the very least, alligators could potentially be giant alligators and hippopotamuses and stuff, over to a tropical saltwater marsh that is joyous. So we're going to be going from untamed wilds to untamed wilds over untamed wilds ocean. And the whole goal of this fortress, and we have 1 day to do it. So all of the entirety of today's stream, we have to complete this goal. If you want to download this world, and also I will be updating this world. I will be updating the world in that Google Doc. Actually, you know, we'll do this before we actually embark. Let's name the fort, because I need to update the name. So this week is going to be, so last week was a reclaim embark. So this week is going to be bridge fort. Yeah, that off on this. Yes, I can. Done. So bridge fort's being crossed off. Now we just need a name for it. What does joyous entail? You've also never seen it? Joyous? Okay, so there's several. Right, so you have good and evil biomes, right? Evil biomes are caused by necromancers or curses, and evil biomes are generally like haunted, sinister, those kinds of phrases. And that can have events like clouds of smoke that billow across the map every couple of in-game months, that anybody caught in it immediately dies and turns into a zombie, right? You could have stuff like that. Or it could be raining snot. Or it could be raining elf blood. It could be raining various vile liquids, which pile up on the outside. You could have spooky trees. Different types of creatures spawn in evil biomes that are generally more aggressive and scary. Often, evil biomes are close to necromancer towers, so you'll get more zombies wandering in. You'll get, like, zombie animals wandering into the map instead of living animals, which can't be butchered and are full-on aggressive when they get close to you. So that's an evil biome. A joyous biome fits in with mirthful and the other good biomes. The good biomes are just as evil, but instead of zombies and weird boogers raining from the sky and undead, you have unicorns, fairies, and other magical creatures, which are often just as aggressive and can be just as dangerous. Yeah, it's fun. So that's what a joyous biome is. Now, we're going to be embarking on a joyous tropical swamp, or a saltwater marsh, which is a rare biome to begin with. Saltwater marshes are already quite hard to find because they don't generate very often. So part of the reason I'm so happy to embark here. So we need a name for a bridge. I think it should be Arch something. Audio.
Hello.
Congratulations. You're a wizard, Audio. Good to have you. Thank you very much for the Tier 3 subscription for 42 months. It's the meaning of life. The meaning of life itself. Congratulations. But seriously, thank you. Pop-up notifications in the wrong spot, is it? Oh, I know why. Blame charity. Let me just run that again. Fixed it.
Hello.
Yeah, that should fix it. But seriously, thank you so much for the 40. Thank you so much. It looked like it was off screen. Anyway, we had a hype train earlier. Nobody Pointed that. Oh, no, it's because I fixed it. Flame Charity? Yeah, I had to redo all my scenes. So Arch Authors actually is kind of a pretty good name for bridge builders. Arch Authors? Unless you guys have like another idea, I think I might go with Arch Authors. I can find a better word. Actually, Archback could be a good. I kind of want to put beehives on the bridge. Arch Chill. Jack, can I get a proper round of beers for audio? Because that's a bloody long time. You know, Arch Children could do it. Gusttilat? Archroads? Road's a word? Although I screwed this. Gosttilon, Archroad. I like it, actually. Really like that. I think we're going to go with that. Archroads. Write this down. There we go. Go with that. The group name. Knowing Dagger, the Urn of Confusing, the Glacial Whips, Diamonds of Gorging, the Confident Craft, Volcano of Lancers, Lantern of Romances, Galley of Burning, Tall Book, Narrow Paddles. Could roll with that. The National Iron. I feel like something Architects. The something Architects, maybe? Maybe the something Arches, because Architect isn't a word for the... not an adjective. Arched. Arched Arches. Although I don't want to have the word arch in there twice. Because we're Archroads is the name of the fortress. Something constructs, maybe? Golden arches. I don't like the way that rolls off the tongue. Feel like that one's been used before. I can't quite place where. Artificial constructs. We'll go with that. Group name is the Artificial Constructs. Urimaban? Some other stone. Plus arches. I mean, like, the fort name is already Archroads. So I don't really want to have, like, the word arch in there too many times. Although Artificial Constructs sounds a little odd. I don't like it. Metsus, what's up? Good to see you. I like this, actually. Hold up. The Artificial Jump. Doesn't really make that much logical sense, but you're artificially jumping over a bridge. You're walking over a piece of water, so it's like a false jump. I don't know. I'm making a stretch here. And then the symbol. Defense Swamp. So we're building a bridge over to an island filled with human necromancers. And we're building a bridge. I build a bridge in this object. But I can't do like a large rock or a boulder. Escape. Broad cross. We do a thin cross, 1. Thin cross and many waves. Smeared out into cross is smeared out into a spiral. Thin cross is surrounded by the waves. That could work. Creature. Dwarf. Any dwarves. I don't think I could, like... I don't think crossing's the thing. Traveling? This throws me off that the dwarves are traveling. There's an image of a thin cross, waves, and dwarves. The thin cross is surrounded by the waves, and the dwarves are traveling. I guess like they're like the thin cross would be like representing a bridge, and they're traveling across the bridge, surrounded by waves. All right, now we need to name this damn thing. That's word. Nourishing wall. Crystalline earth, the roasted anvil. Roasted anvil. The smell of roasted anvil. Of Crete. Cactus. Bends. The wordy saber. I think that works because saber is in the name of our faction. I'm gonna go with the wordy saber. Although I'm gonna change the adjective with the artificial saber. Very messed. So, the artificial saber is an image of a thin cross, waves and dwarves. A thin cross is surrounded by the waves and the traveling. All right, so now I need 7 dwarves. First 7 people to raise their hand and check get a dwarf. I'm gonna name them and then read a little bit about them, and then we're gonna figure out what we're bringing with us. Like, it will be a bit ambitious at times. That's part of the fun. That's just, if I don't complete it, that's even better, right? Like, if I fail, that's way more fun. Literally just naming these as I see them come in. Hey, King, how we doing? I like Warm Shadow that there's another dwarf in this world called Warm Shadow. All right, I do still have some open names, so I'm just going to go with the last 2 people that have spoke, so Metsus and Spaceship Rat. All right. That's our 7 dwarves named. So I'm going to write down the starting 7. I'll pop over. Add a page. Actually, I'm going to duplicate this one. I have to stop listening to the soundtrack because they've just like kind of sucks. If I get another one, I'm gonna listen to a different sound. All right, I got 2. Because I want to have the names of all of these dwarves written down. I can keep track of them. Maybe go look them up later. Keep track of who's alive and who's dead and all that fun jazz. Well, let's read a little bit about these dwarves. So Kib says, a skilled warrior is a beautiful sight to behold. She is 68 years old, born on the 18th of Galena in the year 228. Her teeth are gaped, and her quite sparse hair is wavy. Her hair is very long. Her very long hair is braided and somewhat narrow, and head is very short and splayed out. Her ears are extraordinarily broad, and she has a deeply recessed chin, and her pale brown skin is wrinkled. Her nose is slightly upturned, and her hair is pale chestnut. She personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and does not particularly value the truth. Of course, dreams of creating a masterwork. She is not a private person and freely shares details of her life. She is slow to anger and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She does not often feel lustful, and she is rarely happy and enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking as an abstract concept. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she is quick to form negative views about things. She tends to hang under grievances, and she is a friendly individual. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and bites her nails when she's annoyed. You're a negative dwarf? I wouldn't quite say that. Vuzel is concentrating on something. Is 60 nice years old, born on the 22nd of Sandstone in the year 245. He is tall. And her sunken, large irised cobalt eyes are incredibly close set, and her hair is clean shaven, and she has very low cheekbones. Her somewhat broad ears are short, and her nose bridge is slightly convex. Her hair is chestnut, and her skin is dark tan. What? Did I misread that? No, I didn't. Her skin is dark tan, and her nose is slightly upturned. She personally is somewhat put off by trade and commerce, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and she never deliberates before acting to the point of being considered thoughtless. She's very impolite and inconsiderate of property, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She likes a little excitement now and again, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. The soundtrack a little bit. She does not often feel lustful, and she enjoys the company of others. She isn't particularly ambitious, and she has an active imagination. She is very rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. The next dwarf being Copper. 84 years old, born on the 1st of Granite in the year 230. Says he's doing well, and his sideburns are clean-shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is braided. His hair is clean-shaven, and his somewhat broad ears are short. His cinnamon skin is wrinkled. His jade eyes are slightly sunken. His hair is chocolate with a touch of gray. He is completely careless with resources, working on projects. He invariably wastes a lot of time and effort, enjoys being in crowds, and actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. Very stubborn, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He is slow to anger, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he is a friendly individual. He's brave in the face of imminent danger. That makes no sense based on the previous thing that said before. And he has a sense of duty. Not particularly interested in what others think of him. That word particularly, it's a fun word to say. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and dislikes work and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. Speaking of hot dwarves, I don't know if any of you saw it, but I put up a news video on YouTube the other day because a screenshot snuck out of the KitFox Discord onto Reddit of an embark. And I've gotten like a dozen comments about the fact that there's a male dwarf wearing a dress. And I'm like, clearly none of you actually play Dwarf Fortress because boy dwarves wear dresses all the time. Like, clothing isn't gendered in DF at all. Just funny. Boy dwarves love their skirts, man. I'm just saying. They like to look pretty. Dwarf wants to look pretty. Let Dwarf look pretty. Personally doesn't care about nature one way or another, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skill. Dreams of raising a family. King. King is 59 years old, born on the 8th of Obsidian in the year 255. She is tall, and her hair is wavy. Her very long hair is braided, and her large irised brass eyes are incredibly close set. She has very low cheekbones, and her ears are short. Her head is somewhat narrow, and her hair is dark chestnut. Her skin is pink. King me, indeed. A dress would be practicable as to also it's simple to make clothing. Like making pants is like have you ever tried to make pants? Dress is a lot simpler than pants. Dress is like drape thing around waist. Pants you actually have to like stitch it together. I'm just saying, skirts and dresses a lot easier to make than pants. Practical. Like, have you ever tried to make socks? Holy. Also, hi, animal. I hope you're doing well, animal. Sorry, I'm just jamming right now. Good music. Easier to keep in than pants. It's a nice tool. Should fix that. Yeah. It is indeed easier to keep things in pants. All right. Deeply respects skill at arms and values eloquence. Dreams of raising a family. She has a strong tendency towards privacy, dislikes receiving advice, and preferring to keep her own counsel. She can handle stress and has a sense of duty. I have a weird feeling this dwarf's going to end up being our expedition leader. Oh, really? That's kind of funny, Stone. She tends to be passive in discussions and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She has a greedy streak and she tends to be not particularly interested in what others think of her. She tends to hang on to grievances and often feels discouraged, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. Woke up at 2 p.m. That's been like me over the past few days, man. Animal. Like, I've been sleeping like 3-4 hours at a time. Every, like, 5 to 6 hours. It's been weird. So, Warm feels fine. He is 66 years old. Born on the 14th of Limestone in the year 248. He is tall, fat, and his hair is wavy. His very long sideburns are braided, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his very long hair is braided. His teeth are gaped, and his large iris-sunken copper eyes are round. His ears are short, and his somewhat short head is somewhat narrow. His eyelashes are quite long, and his hair is golden yellow. His skin is dark brown. He personally values craftsmanship, doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, doesn't care about friendship, and dreams of mastering. He lives at a high-energy kinetic pace, prefers to be alone, and isn't particularly curious about the world. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and tends to be swayed by emotional. He doesn't focus on material goods, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He doesn't mind takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He is stubborn and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He can handle stress, and he talks very rapidly. I'll call to get through the working. Not a whole lot. We're just reading off the dwarves for today's day fort. We're going to be building a bridge up, over, and across a large body of water. It's all either untamed wilds or joyous wilds. Interesting. Should be bloody interesting. You wish to eventually get a kilt, but I do think your family name has a kilt. Find one. Relating to the state that you were born in. I have no idea what's involved with getting a family crest on a kilt. Weird sound came from my kid. Sounded like a dish was about. Joyous and untamed. Joyous is okay, so untamed is like normal creatures, but untamed wilds is like kind of the scariest normal creatures you can get. So you can get like giant bears, or giant rhinoceroses and stuff like that. Depending on how hot it is, you could get giant elephants. Basically, it allows you to get giant normal creatures, which are about the same as normal creatures. So, like, if you happen to get a particularly aggressive giant alligator, that's scary. Well, normal creatures, you just can get the embiggened versions of them. Joyous is a good biome, which means you can get, like, unicorns and fairies stuff. So it's highly likely there will be like featherwood and weird magical creatures spawning over. It's also a saltwater marsh, which means we might get weird alligators and things. So I'm kind of scared. I have to go delete. Are fairies a-holes? Fairies are insects, but they have a really disturbing description. Fairies don't do too much. They're basically just insects. Fairies aren't really the scary thing. The scary ones are like unicorns, for example. Because unicorns are funny because the game kind of considers them to just be horses, right? But they're horses that have swords equipped. Quite literally. So, like, if they decide to attack you, they can really fuck up an unarmed dwarf. Yeah, unicorns are spooky. Metsus, dwarf. He is 70 years old, born on the 8th of Moonstone in the 200. You must never forget true loyalty and repay it in full. She personally respects power and doesn't care about fairness of mastering a skill. Large iris amethyst eyes, close set, her hair is clean shaven, and she has a deep three-lobed ears that are short, and her lips are slightly Her nose bridge is somewhat concave, and her hair is auburn, and her skin is dark brown. You may be thinking pixies. You're probably thinking pixies. She's extremely confident in herself, requiring her in situations requiring her skills. Ooh, we may have just found our military commander. She feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for her. She is inattentive to detail in her own work and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She likes to brawl and has an active sense of humor. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she is not particularly interested in what others do. Pixies or Dixies? Well, male pixies would have Dixies. 77 years old. This is Spaceship Rat. 77 years old, born on the 18th of Slate in the year 237. When you were tough but also very weak? Yeah. Well, I mean, you can have a tough personality and a tough mind, but a weak body. Neil, thanks for the host. Cheers, man. He personally sees competition as reasonably important, prefers a noisy and bustling life to the boring days without activity, and does not really value skills related to fighting. Dreams of raising a family. She has a calm demeanor and a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She is slow to anger and is grateful when others help her out. She often tries to return favors, and she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and pleased by her own appearance and talent. She often feels discouraged and has a greedy streak. She tends to be passive in discussions and talks very quickly. She's nervous. When she's trying to remember something, or when she's nervous and when she's trying to remember something. Oh, when she's trying to remember something, she starts tapping her feet and needs out. Well, mildly bothered by shitty weather. That's good because we're going to have shitty weather in this. All right, what are we bringing? Well, we are a construction fort. Pomegranate wood buckets. Well, we're not going to have any problems with wood, so I don't need to worry about bringing any of this. Might as well save those points. Food shouldn't be a problem. I'm not too worried about food. I'm thinking I just give everybody gathering and we don't worry about farming too much and just gather stuff from the surroundings because we're going to be in marshes. So food should be pretty abundant. Yeah, bring some umbrellas and garden. Like, we need those little umbrella hats. You know, those little hats that just have the umbrella that, like, kind of stick out to about here? I need a donkey. I don't know if I need a donkey. I cannot embark with ogres. We'd have to dig underground to find an ogre. I should have made that an incentive that I would make a Shrek fort. I just try and imprison donkeys and ogres from, although who knows if I actually not doing that. Ogres are, like, I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've actively seen ogres. You've been watching the Hot Potato Challenge too much? Just lurking watching the Hot Potato Challenge, or lurking because you're currently watching the Potato Challenge? I mean, you do you, frankly. If you want to watch Hot Potato, go watch Hot Potato. I'm not going to stop you from doing it. Figured the meme was worth a suggestion. I mean, I've raised $5,800 for Doctors Without Borders via this link. I'll bring a donkey if you can get us up to $6,000. It's a lot of money, but I'm gonna be fiddling around with it. So probably need an extra pickaxe or two. I'll bring just the one copper battle axe. I mean, I have no ability to bring an ogre, so I'm not gonna say I'm going to bring an ogre. But I mean, You can't play as ogres in adventure mode. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about it. Not going to worry about it. I mean, who says that you can't? Well, it says, please don't do things you can't afford. But someone else might be. Well, I mean, we're not going to need any dimple cups. Certainly not going to need any rock nut. Bring sweet pods. Bring 2 extra of those. 2 extra of those. Like I said, food's not really going to be a problem. No food's not. Always like bringing extra food. And I guess it's just kind of bring an extra battle axe. 2 extra battle axes. Kind of tempted to just bring some war dogs. Like straight up war dogs immediately. Although, I mean, I could just try. Bring 5 dogs and we'll train them as war dogs. I'm gonna bring a couple of hens. Place is gonna be very dangerous, potentially. I mean, I think kind of what my plan is I'm just going to, like, hack down a bunch of trees and wall us in. More or less. Before actually beginning bridge construct. Or that or, like, building, like, an escape and hide bunker, because we don't know what kind of animals are going to be spawning, right? Although I think it would be kind of fun to, like, mostly live above ground in this fort. But we'll see what we can actually do. And to just bring a bunch of extra wine and a bunch of extra... So I don't need to worry about that. All right, do that, and then... Bring 3 extra plump helmet spawn. That'll work. All right, so I guess that's us. So the fort name is Archroads. Fort goal is to build a bridge. Hamidou Li Dodo? Is that how you say that? I probably completely butchered that, but hello. Welcome. What's up? We're building a bridge. This is a day fort, so I have the entirety of today to finish this fort. Go from beginning to end. While the game thinks about it. It's gonna take a little while for the embark to load because of the length of it. I mean, the stories that RimWorld can tell can be quite depressing, yeah. Good thing this is a Dwarf Fortress stream, not a... You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost. Glory of all Ikmost. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now, enough time to delve secure lodgings. There, the giant jaguars get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here, at this place. Gustulon. Archroads. Strike the earth. Well, butchered English, music, Spanish, and cuisine in the same day. What? Okay. Yeah, giant jaguars. Although, here's the thing. This screen is not always accurate, because I've certainly, like, read ere the dingoes get hungry and then literally never seen a dingo in the entirety of that fort, so it's a text RPG. This is Dwarf Fortress. So, no. The Dwarf Fortress is the granddaddy of world simulation games. This is a free game that's available on the DF website. It is a game about simulating a fantasy world that you can interact with in one of three ways. The first way that you can is literally in just like a text format where you read the history of the worlds that you've generated. The second way that you can interact with it is in a fully open world RPG. And then the third way, and most popular way, is by building a dwarven fortress. Squug, what up? How's things? I hope you're doing well today, Squug. Let's have a peek at this embark. We got a long way to go. So there's our good biome over here on this far side. This is why it's all blue. I'm seeing featherwood trees. Various other types of trees. Let's actually have a peek. What do we have growing here? So feather trees, which lay eggs to grow. Guava trees. Paradise nut trees. Willow. Pomegranate. More guava. Okay. So we need to go all the way across this. You know, there's some comments that like I just won't accept, and that's one of them. That wasn't even me. I did nothing. Like I got no errors. My internet hasn't dropped. I didn't drop a single frame. So that wasn't even my internet. That was literally just which booted me offline for some. Yeah, I have no idea. Eh. What's our wagon even made out of? A weird colored wagon. Fungi wood wagon? Too good to be on the platform? Apparently. Whatever. Not gonna worry about it too much. So this over here is our mountain home area. These guys. We're part of the Brilliant Saber. They were allied with the other dwarven faction, the Trustworthy Picts. I'm curious, where is our mountain? Interesting. They're all re-embarking on. No, it's made out of fungi wood. It'll be listed as wagon wood once I deconstruct it. But no, it's made out of fungi. It'll tell you the wood type until you deconstruct it. All right, so who's our expedition leader? Vuzel's our expedition leader. That. I'll be honest, chat, I'm incredibly pissed off. Streams dropping is massive buzzkill. Also, I just checked my my website. It wasn't me. Or my uptime, rather. It wasn't me. My internet didn't drop in the slightest. Didn't even falter. So it must have been like... And OBS didn't I'm looking at OBS's logs as well. There wasn't even a blip in OBS. So OBS didn't error. Twitch literally booted me offline. It was nothing that I did. Massive pain. Whatever. Anyway. There's something to be happy about? It's a very, very good question. I don't use any mods for Dwarf. Dunlappy Nano. Don't use a single mod. Entirely vanilla, unless you count tile sets as mod. I personally don't. Alright, so you, Metsus, you get wood cutting. And let's hack down some trees. And press and pause and see how big these waves are. I'm expecting them to be rather large. They're not so bad. Dwarves are all getting a nice shower, though. And I'm going to need to give a few dwarves mining. Because I have extra picks that I brought. Yeah, I mean, mist is mist. I'm assuming. Let's see. Feels fondness when talking with a friend. I'm curious about their gods, actually. Seen any positive moods yet? Haven't actually been around long enough, really, for there to be any moods happening. Let's let this dwarf hack down more trees. It does count as misting, and I've definitely seen them get positive moods from that before. But, I mean, they're not getting negative. So I guess the way we're going to start this fortress, I'm going to kind of dig a little hole here. Since the waves aren't reaching this far. Oh, wow. Oh, never mind. Okay, that's just sand. I was like, did I already hit rock? Huh. Sure, if you're quick about it. I don't take requests or like long-term requests for dwarves. So if you want a dwarf, you have to wait and get it when they show up. Crab people? Person with the head and pinchers of a crab. They're very far away. We got ourselves a little family of crab peoples behind my camera. Crab people. Crab. Are they climbing trees? They're in the fucking trees. Okay, that's terrifying. They just climbed across the river by climbing trees. I think they're marked as wild animals. Yeah, so they're not actually hostile. They're crab peoples, so they're considered to be like unintelligent beings. Music is from Night in the Woods. If some can join, no, they can't. Not unless they're part of a musical troupe. If they're part of a musical troupe, then they can join. You're disappointed in them being unintelligent? All animal people are. If they just wander onto the map, they have to show up as part of as part of a performance troop for them to be intelligent. It's just how the game does animal people. In previous versions of the game, they were slightly more interesting, but unfortunately, animal people are rather dumb. Why is animal dumb? Oh, because animal is crab people. I mean, you is animal, they is people, so. How deep is this? It's a pretty deep ocean, damn. Crabman is fighting. Oh, that's why that one crabman up at the front is crawling. When they climbed the trees, and he must have fallen out of the tree. And because of this, his upper left leg is mangled beyond recognition. His left pincher is mangled beyond recognition. The poor delicate soul fell out of a tree and just went crunch. You're a sucker for circles? I was wondering why that one was like lying down. It's lost its ability to stand. I mean, only if we are human can we be dancer. So the problem is, I don't just want to like make this whole bridge out of mudstone. So we're going to need to, like, go a little deeper than this. All right, so let's start digging down. Now 5 more levels. 3 crab legs. It's the crab arms that, like those giant pinchers on the sea. Yep. I swapped because I have a suspicion. Mudstone. I don't want to make this bridge out of mudstone. Still on mudstone. Good lord. Can I get something nicer like marble? It's going to keep digging down until we get something that isn't marble. Or that isn't... Something nice, yeah. Something nicer, exactly. I would take nice. Nice would be fine. Found sulfurite. What are we into now? Granite, there we go. We can use granite. Found some gems. There we go. Granite is totally doable. Perfect. I mean, we're not going to be making weapons because we're not going to be doing any kind of combat stuff. We ain't going to be doing any kind of combat stuff. So the local werebeasts feel the same way about combat. I mean, I'm going to be avoiding combat. Kind of going to be the way it has to be. Somebody say combat? I definitely said combat. Multiple times, in fact. Yeah, Craig Smash stated last year that it would be an annual event, so looking forward to another month of Splatterface. It was a very festive year last year, and looking forward to more of that. Very much looking forward to more of that. That's not all what I wanted to do. That's what I want. Exclamation point tile set. Done. It's a modified version of Krug Smashes. We're going to hit caverns. Dwarven radar. Chat, do I let them dig into caverns? The bug. I think so. Yeah, I think we dig into the caverns. Wall and sealing it off? Oh, probably. The Outpost Liaison has arrived. We're not even set up, guys. We'll trade with you next year, okay? Hitting W. All right. Workshops and a carpenter shop. They can get all of that done while the others are digging. There we go. Well, that's our design destroyed. But that's okay. Some pretty deep caverns, actually. Oh, those are some really deep caverns. Jesus, those are some deep caverns. Grandma Sweets. Welcome back. Good to see you again. Thank you very much for subscribing. Twitch Prime. Friend? Aloth has encountered us and says, "Isn't from the mountain home. That's your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of armor?" What requests do I have of them? Let's ask them to bring plant cloth. Steel and iron anvils. And meat. Finalize the import agreement. That's what we were willing to offer you for your past worship. I mean, I don't care what they're asking for because they're just getting. Bozel says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Us will rise and fall together. Can we let the dwarves go back to wrong beer. News do we have? Just the one fortress getting reimbursed. Any wider news? Refugees up in the other large land masses over here. I'll saw you been, Dr. Phineas. Got some praise gems, which is nice. I need to get everything hauled down there. Going to start getting some walls set up. Just out of wood. Call these our construction walls. Doesn't really matter what kind of wood we make them out of, as long as we get them done. Doing good? Good to hear, man. All right, let's get rid of all of that. Get that worked out. The whole point of this is to just kind of safety things up a little bit. Just a little bit. What do we have in the world? Looks like the crab people left. There's some giant cave toads down in the basement. Aside from that, it's just giant osprey, which are pretty safe. Really need to worry too much about the giant osprey. I think they just weren't able to access the wood they needed. What caused that? Oh, did a bunch of stuff get pulled into the ocean, maybe? Ah, yeah. No, a bunch of logs got pulled into the ocean. Interesting. We gotta be careful about that. It's like, that's a lot of ocean spray. Going to move the animals over here. Or rather, I'm going to move the chickens over here. I'm going to let the dogs do whatever. Need a place to put my horse and my buffalo. Move all the chickens over there. Means we're probably also going to get a... What job did your dwarf take? You're one of our miners, but you're also a mason. But mining is going to be a very important job in this fort because you're going to be in charge of helping us. You're going to be in charge of getting all of the boulders for the actual construction of the bridge. You're going to get buff. You're going to be very... These dwarves are going to be very... All right, so we're going to work on a bunch of blocks, tables, chairs, and blocks. Actually, gets those doors done first. Beds. And, do a couple wheelbarrows. And, menacing wooden spikes would be our only trade good. How wide will the bridge be? In my head, I would say wide enough for 2 wagons to cross it, right? And not collide with each other, so I'm going to say like 6 across plus walls. Six across plus walls. I think that sounds fair. What do we think? Tea wood log. Apparently there are tea trees. Did you know that trees grew tea, chat? And a tea. Yeah, but I've never seen... Oh, wait, really? I mean, I know about tea tree oil. Huh. Appropriate dig squaring. I should also... all that. You, we can still... Oh, God. Is there a way down? No, there actually is no way down or up and out of the caverns, right? Currently, anyway. So this isn't where we're going to be living. Maybe we could live up here. Could build a big boardroom. Let's live on layer 10. So up here will be where we actually construct our living space. I know nothing about this shit thing, but you are infinitely more knowledgeable about this. So let's start by just walling this area off. Yeah, that's what I always thought. Is like, aren't tea plants like small shrubs? All right, so we've had 2 farmers show up, Sodil and Saigon. I know Brahms wanted somebody. Are you still here, Brahms? Here we can. In considering Rimtars. Dwarf is married. And didn't bring his wife. Had Don's here, though. Brahms. She is an ardent worshiper of Phycod. We worship a lot of deities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Make you a mud worker? The Lavender Wing was created by Exul Wiltane and Splatter Winkles. Splatter Twinkles, not Splatter Winkles. The glorified Gunneth. Prus Union takes the form of the deity of the Prus Union. What's the Prus Union? That's not R. Might have commitment problems. Worships a billion deities. Might have commitment problems. Yeah, I can see that. The god of disease and death. The brilliant saber. God of the brilliant saber. Associated with dusk, twilight, and the dawn. Generosity, charity, and sacrifice. Can't look. I want to know what that object of worship is. Alred Alohakad Alu? Is that even dwarfish? The Prus Union? I think. PUC. The Prus Union? POS Union? PUCE. The Plus Union? Yeah, kind of. Write it down. I mean, Warm Shadow has Legends open right now, so. But yes, I can come back. Brilliant Saber has a buttload of deity. Marriage, Blight, and Death. The larval corrupted couple was created by Uppo. This is a pleasant god. The books. Uppo seems to, the deity of the nations of spreading. That's, the human faction that is, right here. These guys, right? No, that's the Empire of Muscle. Wait, then who was the nations of spreading? Which is also over here, oddly. Oh. This the bridge fort? That's the plan. We got to build all the way across this. Into this good biome over here. There's water buffaloes over here. It's two human deities because the nations of spreading are also a human fact. So it's two human deities that dwarf works. All right, anyway, let's finish reading about Brahms, and we'll get to the other new arrivals. Personally values hard work and is put off by family. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. That's probably why he left his wife. Stubborn and quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Tends to think before acting and is often discouraged. Doesn't focus on material goods and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Quite ambitious and doesn't have a great aesthetic sense. 35 years old, born on the 7th of Granite in the year 79. He's a citizen of the Brilliant Saber and a member of the Artificial Jump, former member of the Riddled Group, and a former member of the Bloated Coven, and a former member of the Faith of Granite, and a former member of the Faith of Vegetation, former member of the Sweet Order, and a former member of the Sepia. A lot of former groups for a 35-year-old. Yeah, it does seem like the humans and the dwarves have exchanged some culture. Was I not saying puce? Perion? But please, for future reference, never correct my pronunciations in my chat because I am... Okay, so this is a problem that I have with vision and speech that I've had my entire life. If you spell something phonetically in my chat, I will not be able to pronounce it based on your phonetical spelling. I need to hear somebody verbally say it for me to ever figure it out. So it's going to do two things. It's going to irritate you and it's going to irritate me. So please just don't do it. I've literally never been able to sound things out phonetically based on phonetical writings of a word. It's a little sus. A little bit, yeah. Then again, this dwarf's also been part of a lot of different groups. And is also only 32 years old, so maybe it's common for this area? Also same groups. Riddled group, bloated coven. Dreams of obtaining a rank in society. Be careful of your so-called friends. Hey, Beefcake, what's up, dude? He has a relentless drive and is completely consumed by ambition. Careless with resources when completing projects. And irrevocable and variably wastes a lot of effort. Only rarely tries to assert himself in conversation. Very great. Often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else. And doesn't seek out excitement. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and tends to make a small mess of sessions. Tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He is trusting. Coming from my rants at the peanut gallery. I like not to rant too much today because those do hurt me. He can handle stress and often acts with compassion. First, present himself modestly and needs alcohol to get through the work. Yeah, nothing inherently malicious. I mean, a couple of groups seem to be small cults or faiths. Oh, yeah, true. Okay, so that actually would line up. If you worship a billion gods and you join a billion different religious groups. Just like this dwarf. Dwarf has a lover. And brought his mom. And a cousin. That's interesting. That they'd bring a few different... That they'd be part of so many different groups like that. It's actually quite interesting. I don't know. I feel like that's still a little abnormal, being part of that many religious groups and having that many gods. Just an odd faction, I guess. Take a minute for all that stuff to get... How many dwarves are we up to now? 11? Probably had contact with a lot of dead and or a necromancer. Oh, I mean, that part's a given. There's a lot of evil shit in this part of the world. Like, just look at how many necromancers are over on this thing, right? And this faction, this human faction, yeah, the Empires of Muscle extend all the way down to here. Empires of Muscle, yeah. So, and they're the ones that are causing the majority of these towers to pop up. So, yeah. And then the Nations of Spreading is another human faction that we're allied with over here. Was the dwarves' original name? For Trumpet Dog? Arrow combined? Is their last name, so you can look them up that way. I mean, the other two dwarves that are here, Stodir and Sodal, who haven't been named, also worship just the same number of deities. Like, all three of them are just as odd. This one even has a master. Patet Anglendal. Yeah, I just chucked you in. I was reading that dwarf's description, so I was like, might as well chuck somebody in. All right, King, we're going to give you architecture. Need to continue working on these lower walls down here. Notably, these dwarves all seem to be from a human town of woman jugglers. Oh, so is it a town of female jugglers, or is it a town that juggles females? Yeah, but like, I gotta ask the question, right? Like, it's just a funny name. Like, you don't need to pick it to agree that it's funny. Trumpet Dog had 2 lovers in their time? Really? That's where my other brain went. The other half of my brain went, King. All right, so up here is where we're gonna dig our living space. 1, 2. And it's going to be very much living in a group style. I got other dwarves that need to have tasks given to them. Having some farmers is important, I think, in this fortress, but primarily I think we need to be focusing on the stoneworking and mining and so. This here is just going to be kind of our sleeping space, and then up here I'll put a tavern and temples and stuff. We'll do the sleeping space first. Hamster people. A person with the head of a hamster. Or a head and fur of a hamster. So it's like a rodent man. 2 of them. They're a couple. 1 female. just leave the fort so that we don't kill you. Because hamster people, we will certainly kill them. Must truly be able to fit a lot in their mouth. You're saying is that they have big mouths? As a minotaur about? I'm sure there's more than one minotaur. Certain that they're out. All right, Trumpet. We need to give you a more dwarfy job. And humans, I don't need you beekeeping or not. I don't need you beekeeping or lime making, so we'll give you that and plant gathering. Then the other farmer, you already have plant gathering, so that's perfect. But we're also going to give you butchery and tanning. And then Brahms, going to give you cooking, brewing. We're going to begin gathering plants. Investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets, chat. We need some buckets, probably because they're trying to water. Why do I always have a hard time finding? Yeah, it's probably for the animals, the livestock. Should place their pen pasture. Of course, the water buffalo. I'm gonna place some flooring in here. Coal murder? That is a good name for a mountain. Anything notable about coal murder? At some point in this world, I do want to do something related to that that dragon that we discovered the location of in the other fort. Because we happen to know where a dragon is, or at least we know where its lair is. I stab coal. I murder coal. And how else do you get power from coal? You murder it, obviously. Oh, boom. Some monks out there? Oh, some mercs work out there, and a monk. Or the coal murders you. Coal murderers would be the name of it then, I would think. Need those I was gonna say, do I not have granite blocks yet? Yes. Couldn't see them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. No, let's make it 10 blocks across. Be 12 in total. Get a little bit of a nicer shape. These. We'll have to do our best to have the highest quality dwarven engineering. Quite the waves, like, those are impressively large waves. Like we're getting some microcline down here too. Have to do something with that. Dwarves are all pretty busy. Gotta give them credit for that. We need to get proper living spaces set up sooner rather than later. The dwarves don't get too upset about their living circumstances. I hope you guys didn't miss me too much during the few days that I was gone. I'll tell you this, I certainly missed you guys. Certainly missed you guys. I had to like force myself to not do late night streams for a few days because it was just like, I don't know. I don't know. It was something I had to like forcibly keep myself from doing. Hard to explain, but I'll say this as well. Like, I may have just taken a few days off. Doesn't feel like I've taken a single day off. It really doesn't. I am just as fucking tired as I was previous. You were super exhausted and busy all week. And I'm back now. Because of Merc and holiday stuff, or just... Like, it's to the point where I think I might take some more days off in December. I don't know when. But... I'll say this. If, the COVID-19, like... who you can be close to restrictions get lifted or changed at all, it is very possible I will take a couple days off around that. And obviously, you know, not go visit a whole bunch of people and get sick, but like actually be able to go outside more than just like important activities. Because right now, the amount in which like we can travel is so limited. It's been very difficult for me to function as a person, I'll say. So actually being able to go out would be really nice. More kind of holiday stuff? God. Well, I mean, at least that period of time's kind of done now, right? You're going to have engineering. Dwarves are still digging. Get some beds down here. That is all done. Although, probably best to just beds laid out now. Because this is all just going to be a big old... not bunker, but dormitory. Big old dorm. I mean, spotting vampires down here is going to be very easy. Called Against the Elf, about their settling in Lushroot. Huh. Against the Elf. An elf writing a book called Seems kind of against that dwarves' own culture. Interesting. I wonder what made that elf be anti-elf. Dormitory. So we're gonna be trying to get this bridge constructed as quickly as possible. We're gonna work on the second layer of ramp. I kind of doubt it, because an elf wouldn't be culturally bothered by that. I mean, usually those titles are completely, like, random, right? Like, they don't actually mean anything, so it's, like, really user headcanon. That's generally the case, anyway. That it is actually just purely user headcanon. So it's like if we decide to, like, associate something with the dwarves, then that's the way it'll work. But no. Man, those waves are splashing high up. I wonder if the dwarves can see the opposite bank. I'm going to be listening to the Noida soundtrack a lot for a little bit. Called Knowledge of the Elf Language, made by an elf, a 287 book about elven language. Man, I actually kind of wish we could read that book. I'd love to know what an elf would write about their own language. Could you screenshot that one? Because that sounds interesting. An arc to grow up so that you can take a small break from arc. Now you'll take a 2-day break from that game. Winter has arrived on the calendar? Yeah, no, I assumed that was a time. What's the area that I settled in called? I can't check right now because the game is saving, but I can check as soon as the game's done saving. Three hours later, not nearly that bad. The continent of Gulf's the Just Swamps. That's the Just Swamps. And then the Fuchsia Swamp is across from us. Is the good biome. So yeah, the Just Swamps. Your internet became better? That's good. There's a lot of dictionaries. A lot of interesting books in this world, apparently. Oh, wow. We got lots of boulders that need to be made, so let's bring some stone up here. I'm gonna go down here and remove metal ores. I know for a fact there's a bunch of metal ores in the basement. Red thing. There you go. That. Turn those back on. Like to be making menacing wooden spikes. Well, potatoes in salty water? You making mashed potatoes or just boiled potatoes? Boiled potatoes is like one of my least favorite methods of making potatoes. I'm not gonna lie. I really like roasted, fried, baked potatoes. Like, I'll eat a boiled potato, but that's like my last option. Yeah, roasted with garlic and or butter or margarine or oil or I don't know. That's how I really like my potatoes. I'm not a super huge fan of boiled potatoes. Boiled potatoes is like how I make potatoes if I don't actually want to pay any attention or put any work into it. What, dwarves? Or are we talking about something else? Actually, right. By a marsh titan in these swamps? Someone tamed a saltwater crocodile? Good to know there's a marsh titan close by. Let's take you off of stoneworking briefly. You can go work on those bridges after you're done storing an item in a stockpile. Kind of expecting more lag in this map. Certainly not getting any of that. I mean, my stove is electric, so I guess I'm not entirely certain I understand the point of what you're saying or how it's even remotely relevant to the conversation or even makes sense in any context right now. That's all, Ash. Like, I cook with electricity every day, so I don't really get what you're saying. Actually, you know what? This over on this side. Like baking, like I was. Anyway, well, just whatever. Like, I have no idea what you're talking about. That's all I'm trying to say. Absolutely no idea.
This is madness! Madness. This is stoned hobo. This is hobo. This is hobo.
Yeet. Oh, wow, that arrived quickly. Damn. Good shit, Hobo. I see you went with the green option. Don't mind me if I repost that in my team Discord. How do you like it? That's stereo sound. Yeah, it is in stereo. It's been in stereo for a while. Eat item inaccessible. Someone must have stolen your foodstuffs item. The word language in the title? Okay. Also, search ended up putting up a guide called Evil Languages. That's funny. I mean, Evil Languages is just a book about English, right? It's always been in stereo. Yeah, but like it just turned into stereo for me one day. Like I changed no settings and then suddenly one day it worked in stereo. And I do not understand why that is. Like, being totally honest, there was just one day where it became stereo for me. And I know I'm not alone there. Let's make some farm plots. I mean, just a farm plot will probably do it, actually. Make a seed stockpile. Like, we should be able to get by just fine. 37 elf dictionary. Not a dictionary. So, Hobo, I know that you had to go to work, but are you back from work now? Anyway, this is a weekly fort, and so we're building a bridge across this ocean. Got to go all the way over here, and we want to live on the bridge. So we're gonna try and build all the way across, and then around halfway point, dig down a little bit and live on the bridge. A complicated? I mean that, or there's just various different editions of dictionaries. I mean, we got lots of different dictionary editions in the English language. And so far, we've seen hamster people and crab people. Although one of the crab people almost died because it climbed a tree and then fell out of the tree and almost died on the way back down. Make a mechanic shop. Building there? Thing is that even? The craft store shop, right? And I never made anything to build there. Wood crafting and stone crafting. As I need to get some rock mugs made. As well as some spots for my chickens to lay eggs. Of course, yeah. I mean, obviously, it's the wizard's guide. Always trust a wizard's guide. The best guides. They know the most. They're wizards, after. But yeah, I know. It looks like the sweaters, or not the sweaters, but the t-shirts at the very least came out well. Because there's always some nerves when making new merchandise that it's not going to come out well, you know? There's always some nerves there. Wisdom, wizard both start with W. Coincidence? I think not. I mean, that's just spelling. But I don't necessarily disagree. There's definitely not a coincidence there. Wizards have all of the wisdom because of their wizard-like tendencies. Also, we do have 2 dwarves that need to be named in this fort, so if you would like a dwarf in this fort, do let me know. And build a still. Is King Wizard? And you has Dwarf? Within the last season, he was uneasy after being unable to pray to Gunneth for too long. Was uneasy after being unable to pray to Rimtar for too long. We need to deal with that. He is 33 years old, born on the 1st of Moonstone in the year 281. His medium-length sideburns are neatly combed, and his very long mustache is arranged into braids. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his medium-length hair is braided. His eyebrows are quite long, and his head is somewhat tall. His hair is brown, and his skin is dark brown, and his eyes are raw umber. Do you have Dwarf? No, you do not have Dwarf. Nobody has Dwarfs. This is Newfort. That will only be played today. Will be abandoned after today. He rarely looks on others with lust, and is quick to form negative views about things, tends to be passive in discussions, and tries to keep things orderly. He is very humble, and not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishment. He is shameless and occasionally overindulges, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and his hands became moving when he becomes exasperated. He needs alcohol to get through the working. Welcome to the fortress. Animal, the farmer, and of course, construction dwarf. The last dwarf that needs to be named is a lady, so I could give it to you, Bastet, if you'd like it. Although I will say your dwarf from the Saturday fort last week is still alive. He feels euphoric due to inebriation after having a drink without using a goblet, cup, or mug. Within the last season, she was uneasy after being unable to pray to Anir for too long. She was uneasy after being unable to pray to Ensir for too long. Has 4 children, and one of them is Trumpet Dog. So, Trumpet Dog, Bastet's your mom. She is 54 years old, born on the 19th of Obsidian in the year 260. Her hair is clean-shaven, and her slightly upturned nose is extremely long. Her raw umber eyes are close set. Her hair is russet, and her skin is cinnamon. She likes bauxite, lay pewter, and clear diamond and hungry head leather. Be specific. I wonder how a dwarven fortress would get enough hungry head leather for you to actually become partial. Or maybe you just like the rare and obscure and strange thing. She personally believes that artful speech and eloquent expression are of the highest ideals, and sees competition as somewhat worthless. She forms strong and emotional bonds with others, at times to her detriment, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she tries to do things correctly each time. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances and is quite polite. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in the day-to-day living, and lives a fast-paced life. She speaks deliberately when she's angry, and she becomes very rigid when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through. I am a genius who wrote an essay 65 years ago about how I failed to corrupt someone 195 before I wrote the essay. Wait, what? Where are you getting this quote from? I'm very perplexed as to where you got that quote from. No, the just swamps are where we're... Not the persuasive, the just. J-U-S-T. Just. Also, the Hot Potato Charity Marathon is about to hit 40K. Oh, that's not good. Out of blocks. Which is okay, because I need to dig out and... What? Oh, I see. They're just too busy doing other stuff. That's fine. I'll get to that in a little bit. Just let them all construct, and I can reset those jobs once they're done mining and have brought up more blocks. Yeah. 40K, wow, indeed. As always, if anybody still wants to donate to the Hot Potato Charity in my name, you can do that by typing an ! donate in the chat. And shoutouts to Cyrolac for getting us up to an even 5,800. I think I'm going to end up building this bridge a lot faster than a lot of you are expecting. I know that some people were saying that, oh, you know, you're not actually going to get this done anytime soon. It's like, well, I don't know. No, they're definitely, like, making progress. Self-described wizard and genius. I'll bet you that creature, that necromancer that you're talking about, who is a self-described wizard and genius, probably... is greedy. And is probably somewhat self-absorbed. Just a suspicion. I may be incorrect there, but... Okay. What? That's not... Plump helmets. Don't cook those. Only brew those. We're gonna brew some drinks from various things. Which it looks like Brahms has gotten right to. In the fuchsia swamps? I mean, that's where we're building a bridge over to. That's where we're trying to get to. But what kind of weird things? And should I be excited? Or alternatively, terrified? Never actually saw that piece of text before. Can't build a wall, needs walkable perimeter. Capybara peep. Huh. And they're swimming. How deep is this? Damn, they must be good swimmers. Damn. I mean, aren't swamps supposed to be stinky, Squug? Like, because all of the peat mud and mold and stuff all smell bad? Humanoid with the head of a capybara. So far we've seen capybara people, crab people, and hamster people. Probably write that down as a notable event. I was like, holy hell. Marsh Titans have been over here too. So has a human mummy who's just been going around giant animals in their local regions. Wow. That's kind of wild, actually. Marsh Titans have been over here too. Money. Is Ab's Towers... Here. I can read the names of the towers. Human Tower of Round Belted. Pattern Rains. Canyon Stood. Glad Bees. Truss Binds. 3 more over here. Strike Curious. That's the one that you were looking for? Ab's Tower? Strike Curious, because that's it. Human Tower. The Nourishing Tufts. There's also Deep Bend. Deep End. And Buckled Route. And Watched Dishes. Which is a Cobalt Tower. Which okay, so this one I would like you guys to look up. This one I would like, they probably abandoned it. And then the site government of Stridish Shrilgus took over. But I'd love to know how that happened. Because just the very existence of a Cobalt Tower is amazing. I want to know how the Cobalt's gotten power of that tower. Sounds totally chill. I mean, Cyclopses aren't that scary. All right, Metsus, you are going to have mechanics. And I'm going to suspend the construction of the menacing wooden spikes. And we are going to build us a trade depot. Out of... microcline block. Cyclopses aren't that scary. At least in fort mode. Outside of fort mode, yeah, they can be kind of scary. Elsewhere, not that scary. Let's just let them finish this, and then we're going to focus on getting a temple built. Because, you know, we've made pretty good progress this first year. Yeah, we still have a ways to go, but we're making pretty good progress. We have plenty of drink. Abby used to live there? Huh. So how the heck did the Cobalts get in power then? Capybara? A Mako shark? Holy fuck, that thing moves fast. A large fish, which scavenges along the tropical temperate coastal waters. For reference, if you haven't seen a Mako shark before. A fucking shark, chat. Hot damn. Longfin Mako shark. God, did it just jump onto land? Like, fuck, this thing is fast. Yeah, no kidding. There's a lot of animal people. I'm just a little bit freaked out because I've literally never seen a shark like that. So this is going to be a gather/pick fruit area. We're not going to pick fruit from trees. We're just going to pick and pull tubers and gather fallen fruit. Which there isn't much of. There isn't any fallen fruit right there, but there's definitely tubers and stuff for us to grab. So I'm kind of thinking about, just as added fun for this fortress, doing this without using managers. Like, I think that it would be kind of a fun little addition to not use any kind of managers until the bridge is done, you know? So I'm going to dig out a temple over here. Yeah, that's just kind of a little bit of added fun for me. But we're not going to be using a manager. Well, I'm not going to be using the manager screen. In the mid-spring of 243, the Empires of Muscle attacks the exhalation of verses and wash dishes. The human money up on sale led the attack. The defenders were led by the human corrupted corpse on Los Played Anguish. The Grizzly Tower were hired by the attackers. We use a warmonger? Where? Okay, so this dwarven group, I don't know when you got here, Animal. This dwarven group is has embarked here on commission by the Mountain Homes to construct a bridge. Right now, there are several land bridges, but they go through very scary swamp areas, and the Mountain Home doesn't like that very much. So the whole point of this fortress is to make a bridge that is safer than the current routes over to the lands of Muscle, the human civ. So essentially, we are trying to make a bridge. So we're basically like a hired construction workers. In my headcanon anyway. So, are we going to use a warmonger? No, because we're not attacking anybody. If you want to see a video where we attack people, well, you're going to have to go watch the most recent Today in DF, because in that video we attack every single person who shows up. Here's an example. Oh, I see what you did. I had to, I'm fine. I see what you did there. Okay, so the Empire of Muscle fought. Interesting, because the Empire of Muscle seems to be a pretty evil group. Well, they seem to be pretty necromancer heavy. How's that? I shouldn't judge necromancers. This will be our little tavern down here. If I jump back up here, I should go to the Crafts Dwarf shop. Let's go to Rock and make a bunch of rock mug. Looks like the tower is wait, hold on. What? Are you saying that human civilization has kobolds in their ranks? Or did the humans just own it and the kobolds are living there? So yes, I do use managers. I normally use all of the nobles, but currently, Tier Z, we're doing a thing called day forts. So essentially, I play one unique fort with a unique set of restrictions every week. So last week we embarked on, well, we reclaimed an old fort, and the restriction was I had to attack every caravan that showed up. The restriction for this week is we are constructing a bridge, and I've just kind of decided to not use managers until the bridge itself is done, and then we can get the fort started, if that makes sense. And we're going to be building our fort off of the sides of the bridge. So I have until the end of today's stream to build this bridge. Yeah, I remember you following me the other day when I wasn't streaming. So we have until the end of today's stream to build this bridge, make a functional fort, and not die. And then I will either retire or abandon depending on the status of the fort at that point in time. So, yeah. If you want the actual, all of the informations are in that command. Right there. And right now, Stone and Warm Shadow both actually have this world open in Legends and are doing some research. So if you want, you can also download the world file, which is also linked in that Google spreadsheet. And if you download the file, you can open it up in Legends or jump into Adventure and follow along and help us discover shit in real time, which is the whole point of this format of DF. And after every Saturday stream, I will upload the world and update that document with the new worlds and expand the amount of history that we have and knowledge and try. And I will occasionally edit little lore videos about these worlds. I just put one up on YouTube. But yeah, aside from that, we also have Long Death, which is the really, 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 really long fort I have. A random generator for the day fort? What do you mean by a random generator? Generating random whats. A harvester of bridging? Is that really what that says? Well, all visitors are welcome, of course. Make a food stockpile down here. No seeds will be stored there, but everything else will. There's going to be a bunch of hauling getting done over the next little bit. Do I need doors? Yes. I also need some more tables. Pinky wasn't hitting A quick enough. Random conditions for the day for, like, spin the wheel 2 times and play the random rules you get. I mean, I wouldn't be against that, but I still kind of like the idea of the chat created goals. Like, make a fort that only is allowed to export soap and export X amount of value worth of soap kind of thing. But I don't know. Maybe? I mean, I don't know how I would do that, I guess. I'm not against the idea. I don't know how it would work. That's all. Also need to make some rock mechanisms so I can get those bridges hooked up. Oh, I see spring. I'm like, why did the game suddenly freeze? Spring arrived on the calendar. Also, I think this would be a good faction to make a temple fort, because we want to make a temple fort where we have a fully adorned temple to every deity. Considering most of these dwarves seem to be worshipping like a dozen fucking deities. That might be interesting, actually. Really? An undead rhinoceros woman. That is horrifying. You know, I was thinking last night while I was staring at my ceiling and trying to fall asleep, but what it would be like if necromancers started experimenting on rhinoceroses and you had like a weird mutating rhino. I feel like that might actually be the scariest thing you could possibly run into. Also, we have access to marble now. But spring has arrived on the calendar. But Tier Z, out of question, out of curiosity, how did you find the champ? That's no. Assignments. Add. Temple. So currently we have worshippers of the god of trees and rain, god of thraldom, god sacrificed charity, generosity in the sky. The god of trickery, lies, and treachery. God of youth, children, family, pregnancy, and creation. The god of the dawn, twilight, and dusk. Birth, marriage, and oaths. Mountains, volcanoes, fire, and the sun, and the light. God of fortresses. The god of disease and death. God of metals, minerals, and jewels, and wealth. The god of seasons. God of metals and crafts. The god of birth. The god of death, blight, marriage, and oaths. The god of inspiration and poetry. Animals, nature, rivers, and plants. Darkness, painting, and inspiration. No particular deity. Hello, Anander. It's good to see you. Keep up with the Steam release? Gotcha. I know a lot of people just find those, like, I've had a couple people, like, people, members of my stream team and whatnot, just be like, I like those videos. Like, none of them play DF, but because they like, kind of oddly flattering. So now the dwarves are able to pray. So yeah, no, I'm kind of intentionally being mean to my dwarves in this. I'm normally much nicer to my dwarves. Get the dwarves back making those blocks. And let's also go deep down underground. Use that to close the doors. Really, you guys are not using the wheel? Oh, I guess they're hauling them directly. Investments are open, heads up. Yeah, no, we stream more than just Dwarf Fortress here. The YouTube channel is mostly, in air quotes, Dwarf Fortress. There is other things that will make their way up there. We do stream more than just DF here. But it is a lot of DF. I'm a little bit distracted because in the background right now, charity broadcast that I assisted in the and am assisting in the managing of is still going on in the background. And we're about to reach $40,000 raised for Doctors Without Borders. And if we pass $41,000, it's going to put our charity campaign on the front page of Tiltify, because Tiltify promotes the top running campaigns, which is kind of wild. which is a RimWorld event. I took a few days off of streaming to help with that. Still helping with it, just not as much. Streaming again. All right, everybody's constructing rock blocks again. Good stuff. The undead rhinoceros woman died as of 2:58. 34 and 120. Yeah, and that's the amount that I raised. No, well, the donation link to go directly through me. We are sitting at exactly $5,800 raised, which is absolutely fucking incredible. Which means this year alone, this stream, my channel. Check this out, chat. My stream this year raised $7,849.09 for charity, $2,048.09 for JDRF, Juvenile Diabetes Foundation, and $5,800 for Doctors Without Borders. So, fuck yeah, that. Yeah, I'm the top channel, which is bonkers. Like, I'm only the top channel because of that one wild anonymous donation that came. It's the most at a loss for words I think I've ever been on my stream. Just ever. Period. It was funny to watch. It's just crazy, dude. Absolutely fucking crazy. Let's see if they built the lever. Also, how do you like your wizard hat, Bobo? Yep. And then someone else donated, I think it was $2,000 the next day, and requested somebody name upon Shrek. Which means I infected the Hot Potato Charity Marathon with Shrek memes. Not certain I should be proud of that. We're actually kind of running low on fish, which is funny. What if that shark's still swimming? Nope. Shark fucked off. You have a bunch of quackers, though. They live over here on this far side. We're in that nice, good biome. Possible to actually create supports for the bridge under the water and maybe dropping constructions in order to make a pillar. Dropping constructions would destroy them. Is it possible? Yes. I could do it with pumps. Like, I could pump the water out of areas, but it would probably just drown more dwarves than it would be worth. That would actually be kind of fun, is doing some stuff with pumps for this. Might need to do something like that. Some more migrants have arrived. Wait, hold up. Let's just see how many arrive before I actually start. Got a glass maker, a gem setter, a beekeeper, a potash maker. I wonder if it's just, yeah, it seems to just be pretty common that all the dwarves in this world worship a shit ton of gods. All right, does anybody want to join into the fort? Because we now have new dwarves that need naming. Hobo would like into the fort? She is the daughter of Moses and Storier trade pets. She is romantically involved with Nish Diebites. Oh, this is an interesting one. Personally is completely put off by the idea of friends, and it doesn't particularly respect commerce, but dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world. Damn. Because that's not something you see every day. She is prone to strong feelings of jealousy and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. Tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She has a sense of duty, and she does not go out of her way to help others. She often feels lustful, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing her mind. She can sometimes act without deliberation, and she needs alcohol to get through the week. All right. That's Hobo. Sorry, again, I'm distracted by the charity thing going on in the background. Apologies. So IDZ, you'd like a name? Wouldn't it be grand to just take my life off and do nothing for the rest of my days? Well, this one's interesting. Dimpleship the Gem Setter. Only as a worshiper of one god. 88 years old, born on the 26th of Obsidian. That's actually weird now, because every other dwarf in this fort worships like 10 bajillion gods. This dwarf worships one. That's Baros. The deity of the brilliant saber most often takes the form of a skeletal male dwarf and is associated with death and disease. Huh. Loved by many necromancers, apparently. You don't want to do anything. I mean, who wouldn't want to do anything? He's prone to strong feelings of... He doesn't personally care if others take the time to master skills and dreams of raising a family. Prone to strong feelings of jealousy and is quite ambitious. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances and is trusting. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and doesn't often experience strong cravings and urges. Has a greedy streak, and she shakes her finger up and down when she's excited. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Someone want to look up this dwarf? Their last name is Dimpleship. Dimpleship. Anander, you would like a dwarf. How about a glassmaker? He is an ardent worshipper of Beskar. Sister sucks. The fortuitous. Excuse me? Beskar, sister sucks, the fortuitous, is a deity of the nations of spreading. A human. Beskar most often takes the form of a male human and is associated with poetry and disease. This game. When they said destroyed, they were not kidding. Huh. Are you exploring it in adventure mode right now? Also, chat room. I gotta shout this out for a second. This is the Tiltify campaign for the Hot Potato Charity. As of right now, they are at $40,000 and 1 cent. So, fuck yeah. $40,000. The Doctors Without Borders. You explored it, yeah? So a cobalt just lives there. Good to know. All right, so let's read about Anandar. Sister sucks, the fortuitous. No kills. No family. He is tall and he has quite ill-defined muscles. Long sideburns that are braided and a very long mustache. Personally finds artwork boring and doesn't care about nature one way or another. Doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important and dreams of raising a family. For the Corpse Emperor. I mean, if you do want to donate money to Doctors Without Borders, that link right there, go directly to that. I won't see notifications for it, but it's still open if you want. Relies on the advice of others in decision making. Is very quick to anger and does not trust others. Has a strong sense of duty and likes a little bit of excitement now. Prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and can handle stress. Often acts with compassion and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. So you're a craft store. Wood crafting, leather crafting, and we'll give you mining. Icod the fish cleaner. Is now named Beefcake. Is worried. Do I look worried? Fitting. He's incredibly tough. He is tall and has very long sideburns. Is 56 years old. He's an Argent worshipper of Count on the Dawn of Yearlings, which is a deity of the Poos Union. Count on most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with birth. Well, necromancers like him. Have fun with Sister Sucks and Co. We'll see you later, man. Thank you very much for hanging out, Spitalier, and thanks for taking part in the hype train earlier. Thanks for all of the support and gift subs this week. He can be very single-minded, often nervous, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. Isn't particularly curious about the world, and is generally quite confident of his abilities, undertaking specific. He has an active sense of humor and he tends to avoid crowds, and he is often envious of others. He's very humble and he occasionally overindulges, often acts with compassion and has an active imagination. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Tends to avoid a physical confrontation. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. How many more dwarves do we have? So far, one unnamed dwarf. That many. 16. Pretty modest as far as migrant waves go. Couple, got a water buffalo calf, a reindeer calf, and a peacock and a keet. Pets. I can put the 2 calves to the spot where the dwarves maintain and continue building blocks. Stuff's getting constructed, which is good. Yeah, no, I'm very, very proud of Sui for organizing the Hot Potato Charity event and just everybody taking part, because it's been like kind of incredible, you know, like just as a group or as like kind of a large group of people who know each other. Like, I'm not going to say all of us are friends, but we're all kind of like a whole bunch, as just a large group of streamers that all kind of know each other. It's really cool to be able to take part in such a large coming together of audiences and communities, to be able to raise that much money in such a short period of time for such a good cause. It's kind of very, very humbling. To put it bluntly, it's incredibly humbling. We're going to hook you up to that bridge and hook you up to that bridge. I mean, it's still going. It's not over yet, Alien Slayer. Still going. And today, one of the really big streamers is actually having their turn. Italics going today. And then tonight at, I think, 3 o'clock, either 3 o'clock or 1 o'clock in the morning time, Burke Black is going. You feel the need to lay down? Do what you got to do, man. It's Saturday. So spend your Saturday the way you need to. My only real goal for today is I need to go for a walk. I need to get out the fucking door and out the side. I was going to go for a walk last night, but it was literally fucking pouring rain and extremely windy. If it wasn't windy, I would have gone outside, but otherwise, too windy. I can deal with wind or rain. I can't deal with wind and rain. You know what I mean? Like, at some point, it becomes too much. Like, wind is fine, rain is fine. It's when it's winding and raining sideways that, I'm out. So the goal, or my intention, actually, Patolis, is to build the fortress on the sides of the bridge. So TLDR, yes. It's raining near you as well. And we've already seen a mako shark swimming. The giant cave swallow underground. Bunch of water buffaloes. But we saw a fucking mako shark swimming around, which is really cool. Yeah, this is a bridge fort. It is indeed bridge fort today. We are the last fortress we did in this world. Well, we're right here under where my camera is. Last fortress we did in this world was... Where was it? Here it is. Here it was. This thing. The Fortress of Construct Veiled, which apparently had somebody else in it for a little bit, but now doesn't. The dragon that we stole the artifact from is down here. There's a new Today in Dwarf Fortress video up on the YouTube channel, which I need to link in the command. And yeah. And also the little artwork from the Today in DF video. The dragon is available as a sticker for, I think, $8. If you want to buy it, you get like $5 of that. It's up there. And I'm going to copy paste that link that I just plopped into chat with my chat post history and grabbed it. Going to link it as the !vid command. Which is the lore video about last week's fortress. And currently we are surviving off of mostly surface foods and fruits that we've gathered. Oh, also another thing that I picked up. Some of you signed up to watch F1 via my !F1 referral link. I took the $60 in referral coupons to Amazon and bought a replacement stylus, which will be arriving. These dwarves thirsty. Go get drinks. Silly dwarves. But yeah, the replacement stylus will be arriving day after tomorrow. Yeah, it should be arriving Monday for my record player. Not that I necessarily need it just yet, but I kind of just want to have a backup for when that stylus starts to go. What do you use the stylus for? Record player. So it's that's the name of the needle. Not a drawing tablet style. A lot of people. Record player stylus for my record player. So when it starts to go, I can just, rather than having to, because you get about 1,900 hours, but I listen, I stream about 2 hours of records a day, right? Plus I listen to records for another hour and a half to 2 hours a day easily every evening. So I'm using it like 4 or 5 hours a day. You get through that 1,900 hours pretty quick. And I have a bunch of records arriving over the next few weeks. Some that I have permission to play, some I do not. I will be listening to those in my own. Yeah, hopefully it's something we can continue to do. It would be a major bummer if I had to stop doing it. But I don't know. It is one of the highlights of my stream. I'll say that, Ananda. Also, anybody watching right now, if you happen to have Twitter and would like to help support that charity marathon. Ah, out of rock again. Okay, we can go through a granite that we've cut. Where did we have to? So let's just. Oh wow, we got a ways to go. Look at that. I was starting to think, I'm like, man, I feel like we've gone pretty far. Nope. Nope. No, we have not. Well, some of the dwarves are praying and socializing, which is good. Like Hobo over here was saying some poetry a second ago. I kind of missed it. Sort of sad. Would have liked to catch that. Darn. All right, so this area down here is getting extended. That's what I'm gonna queue up. How boulder is that? So that's marble. Which means we're actually going to dig up here because I don't want too much marble because I'm building the base. Maybe we can build the fortress on the bridge out of marble, but I need more granite. because granite is what we're making the majority of the fort out of. You clicked the things? Thanks for clicking the things. Retweets are nice. Seriously, though, like, $40,000 is huge. I don't know. I was kind of talking about this in my stream team's Discord the other day, but, like, I get a lot of imposter syndrome in what I do in the day-to-day. You know, like, it's very common for me to just, like, kind of not feel like I deserve any credit for the work that I do, which is very common amongst people who are in creative industries, like people who make independent video games, people who any kind of like self-employed creative work. It's very easy to kind of get into the, it's not a good mindset, but it's very easy to get into the mindset of, oh, my work isn't worth anything, and it's not as good as other people's things, if that makes sense. It's a very shitty mindset and headspace to be in, but it's very easy to fall into that trap, and I definitely fall into that trap frequently. But like over the past few days, it's like I haven't had that feeling about the charity event. It's been really nice to kind of just have something that I can just genuinely feel good about without like having the constant fear of imposter syndrome effects in the back of my head. You get it frequently. Do you work in any, like, what industry do you work in, if I can ask? Alien Slayer? Because, like, I don't know. For me, it's something I get all the time, especially streaming. Like, even about my own streams, like, while I'm streaming, too, I'll feel like, oh, people shouldn't be supporting this. This isn't... I don't know. You work in communications industry as an engineer. You... Oh, okay, got it. Just because of your... If only it was as easy as thinking I did my best. No, totally, right? I mean, like, I'm humbled every single day that, like, people support the videos that I make on Patreon, and people support these streams monetarily to a point where I'm able to do this full time. But, like, my God, it's hard to convince my brain that I'm worthy of that kind of support, you know? It'd be a pretty dark faction. We do have an unnamed dwarf if anybody would like into this fortress, by the way. Just plop down a few more tables. And a few more thrones. You'd like to join the fort? Done. Then the last season, he felt euphoric due to inebriation, satisfied at work, but grouchy upon being caught in the rain. Citizen of the Brilliant Saber and a member of the Fancy Coven. Member of the Artificial Jump, and arrived at Gushtalan, the 2nd of Slate in the year 315, and is a worshipper of Uppo, which, if I recall correctly, is a very dark deity. Yeah, the deity of the nations of spreading. Most often takes the form of a rotting female human and is associated with oaths, marriage, blight, and death. Can I just say, it's like you start rotting the second you get married is how I read that. It's like your life ends when you get married and you begin to wither and rot away. But your imposter syndrome tells you you don't need a dwarf. Well, you know, that makes two of us, right? But thank you for following while I was offline, by the way. All that pop up actually while I was sitting at my computer doing other things. We will definitely try and get you in. I do need more dwarves to arrive, though. Squingy Knot. Would be a good name, yeah. Very apt description of marriage. Like, that's where your life ends. His sunken, large irised emerald eyes are incredibly close set. He has a deeply recessed chin, short sideburns that are neatly combed, and a medium-length mustache that is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his very long hair is braided. His ears are short, and his somewhat short head is somewhat narrow. His eyebrows are somewhat high, and his peach skin is slightly wrinkled. His hair is buff with a touch of gray. He is incredibly quick to heal, almost never sick, and incredibly tough, agile. Personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent. Believes war is preferable to peace in general, and doesn't care about art one way or another. Dreams of mastering a skill. Well, Alien Slayer is accurate. He is confident under pressure, prone to strong feelings of lust, and very humble. Then other videos, and then here. Yeah. I mean, it's a trend that I see relatively frequently. People find the news videos, then they end up on the other stuff. They realize I stream, and then they end up here. One of my funniest ones, though, was somebody who ended up here and said that they'd been watching my YouTube videos, like my VODs, for 6 months, and didn't realize it was a live stream until that day when they popped in. They were like, didn't realize that you were talking to other people and thought that you must have had like somebody on voice chat that you weren't recording or something. It's just way too funny. Tends to be polite and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Talks to himself whenever he gets bored and bites his nails when he gets bored. Like, you've been watching my videos for how long and you didn't realize it was a live stream? I'm doing a really bad job of mentioning the fact that this is live stream content. Like, I mentioned that it's a stream many times throughout my streams, too. Not like I hide the fact that I'm streaming. Regardless, I've also had people say that they don't watch my streams because they don't have time to watch my streams, and then they'll comment on my VODs while I'm streaming. I'm like, have you just not looked at my schedule? Get your daily dose of calcium here at twitch.tv/blindrill. My URL every video. I mean, here's the thing. It's literally in the description of every single video that goes up. And straight up stated at the end of my news videos, often. But, you know, whatever. But, you know, people read descriptions. I mean, they don't read stream titles. The one that always blows my mind is how many people tune into my stream and say, what is this game? Like, well, it's Dwarf Fortress. It's literally, or what is this game called? Like, it's Dwarf Fortress. It's in the description of the stream and literally in the middle of the top of the screen. God. So do they just search for blind streamers and then look at the game? I have a lot of people pop into my Discord because the join code for my Discord is just blind, B-L-I-N-D. So it's relatively common that I'll just get randoms popping into my Discord going, the fuck's this server and how did I get here? I'm like, I don't know. How did you get here? people are just bad at interneting. That is very true. And I think some people are a little bit too young for my streams, and it shows very quickly. Like, I'm actually shocked that I haven't been demonetized on YouTube because of the amount I cuss. The mental image is like old people running around the mall screaming, "Where am I? How did I get here, Sonny? And where's my underpants?" Is basically just like people randomly popping into my Discord. Pretty much accurate. You aced the gravy? Good shit. I haven't had gravy in a long time. Yeah, that construction's going. It's time for me to add more onto it. So I've got 200 question mark booze, 10 question mark meat, and 40 question mark plant. Might need to go harvest some more plant. Yeah, if anybody has any questions about this fort or the format, just let me know. I will do my best to. The link that Brojangles, which is a great name, by the way, put into the chat is kind of the full info doc for all of the stuff discovered about this world that I have archived accurately, as well as everything that we've done in this world so far, as well as links to download it. If you want to download the world and mess about with it yourself, you can do that. You were looking at Christmas presents for myself from your parents. Why did that remind you of me? Oh. D&D dice with ducks inside of them? Can you send me a picture of those? I wouldn't buy them because they wouldn't fit on my record player, but... I kind of want to buy one of those Doomguy ducks. Because they sell Doomguy ducks. Like ducks that look like Doomguy. It's kind of awesome, but like... You buy Co. Website is taking a very long time to load. Yeah, you weren't kidding about the slow link. Holy shit. I'll just close the tab, or just tab out of it. Let it sit there. Duck dice would be cool. Duck dice in the 24th and a half century, or something. Self-pity after being unable to practice a craft for too long. Boo, that's sad. Fondness after talking with a friend. Yay, that's good. Would you look at that? Spaceship Rat and Copper are in a relationship. How cute. That's adorable. Well, I mean, you do dream of raising a family. Have to find a lover in order to raise a family. I don't have a rubber duck addiction. I don't. I really, really don't. In fact, I actually have like an anti-clutter addiction, where I like to throw things away and get rid of stuff. Which is the reason I haven't bought any more rubber ducks. Like, I'll look at a rubber duck and be like, oh, that would be cool to put on the record. And then I'm like, I don't want to store it, so I just don't buy it. So that's why I haven't asked you guys to fund that, because I kind of don't want it. I'd rather just get more records. And even like my records, like I have this weird impulse already to get rid of some of them. I kind of wish I was brave enough to go downtown to buy records again so that I could like trade some in. I am very much a minimalist kind of in my apartment's decor and the way things are laid out and the amount of stuff that I have. I don't like owning a lot of things. So it's kind of very much a love-hate thing when it comes to getting more stuff, because I look at that and I'm like, oh, that would be neat for you guys more than anything. Like, who doesn't want a duck that looks like Doom Guy to spin in circles on my record player? But at the same time, it's like, might as well I'd rather just buy the Doom soundtrack, you know? Both of those bridges are... Make a false wall that you can hide your ducks behind? I don't think that would quite cut it. Like, even my storage unit in the basement is empty, because if there's clutter down there, I know it'll give me anxiety. Like, messy spaces stress me out. I like clean spaces. I think working for so long in the cleanliness industry did that to me. Like, cleaning professionally made me a bit anal about keeping things clean. So it's like, if I'm going to ask you guys to fund anything, I'm going to ask you guys to fund more soundtracks for records. Speaking of soundtracks, the Risk of Rain 2 soundtrack has shipped, and so has the Deadbolt soundtrack, so we get those. This Deadbolt fucking slaps. Such a good soundtrack. It is so good, isn't it? It's like the way I describe the music from Deadbolt. It's a vampire rave. It's vampire rave music. Chill lo-fi vampire rave music to stab and murder to. How's that? I can't wait for that soundtrack. It's gonna be good. That You by Link has opened up yet. Oh wow, it has. Wow, they literally do have rubber ducks in them. They're in prison. Look at that. That's horrible. Also, fuck, this website loads slowly. They must just be getting hammered by sales. Cancels eat. Item inaccessible. Someone else must have hauled. They've been hammered with sales for 3 days. Someone last night when I was watching the charity streams. Oh, there we go. Now we can get some more people. When I was watching the charity streams, we're commenting that they were unable to donate using Amazon Pay. And they were like, Amazon must be having a hard time. It's like, well, it is Black Friday. All right, so. Squingy nuts. Now a gem cutter. Welcome to the fort. And Tier Z also said, did anybody else want one that I've missed? Squingy Nuts says, I feel fine. She is a worshiper of Canon, the Dawn of Yearlings, which is a deity of the Prus Union. Canon takes The form of a male human and is associated with birth. Male human be associated with birth. His hair is clean shaven and he has low cheekbone. And her nose is upturned, and her slightly rounded, sunken gold eye have large irises. That's the first gold eyes I've seen. Her eyelashes are quite long, and her hair is chocolate and brown. To give you another try, I mean, Morden, I'm not certain if you know the format of this, but we do a different fort every weekend. So every Saturday we do a different fort. So I have 1 day to finish the fort. So I'm totally down for your chaos. She is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments. Generally finds herself hopeful about the future and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. Doesn't focus on material goods and has an active imagination. Dreams of crafting a masterwork. Almost never sick. Novice swordsman. Yet. Morden, you can be a peasant. Right? It sometimes feels sad being separated from a loved one. I could do with all of these creatures in tangled greenery. Lots of family. Damn, doesn't worship any gods from the looks of things. Oh, no gods for you. Lots of family, though. She is 40 years old, born on the 8th of Moonstone in the year 275. She personally values a harmonious existence, has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. Doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. She has a dyed-in-the-wool quarreler, never missing a chance to lash out in verbal hostility, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She does respect the law, yeah. She feels strong cravings and seeks short-term rewards, and she tries to do things correctly each time. She could be considered rude, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Rarely feels discouraged and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Can handle stress and often feels lustful. So you're a full aggro slut? I mean, don't you need to know how to manage and operate 1-minute garbage dumps? And sounds like your phone's got good taste. Well, okay, so you're a dyed-in-the-wool quarreler, never missing a chance to lash out, and often feels lustful. Full aggro slut? Her hair is quite dense. Her very long hair is braided. Angular chin, eyebrows are slightly low. Her hair is chestnut and her skin is copper. Interesting. The first copper skinned. Stayed the fuck away from that. Yep, generally a good idea to stay the fuck away from that. You're an adequate poet, speaker, dancer, and novice musician. Adequate singer and keyboardist. Well, we're gonna give you masonry. Fun. Other dwarves. Oh, this is a big one. Bastet, your dwarf is a herbalist, but we are all masons in this fortress because we are trying to construct a very large bridge. So we need lots and lots of block. Got a yak and a cow. Both babies. Do. There you go. Granite. Get a bunch more of those going. Can fix your dwarf with a weapon. We're not doing any fighting in that. We are construction dwarves. Not warriors. We've been commissioned to build this bridge and then become the stewards of the bridge. So we're building this bridge, and then we're going to build a tower kind of in the center of the bridge with little rooms coming off of it, which is where we are all going to live. So that is the goal for today, is to build this bridge and get to the point where we can live on the bridge, at which point I can then retire the dwarf to just exist. And I'm kind of surprised we haven't been attacked by anything yet. We have, however, seen lots of animal people. Hamster people. Crab people. Capybara people. No weird magical creatures, considering the biome on the other side is a magical biome. Plenty of feather trees over here, though. I wonder. For vermin. Two-legged rhino lizard. I don't know what a two-legged rhino lizard is, but it doesn't sound like a magical creature. We have seen a mako shark, though. There's an albatross person. Holy shit. That's a lot of albatross people. Watch them knock us off our bridge. I'm actually kind of surprised, pleasantly, that nobody's drowned yet. Also, streamer needs to take a leak. So once this round of flooring is done, I'm going to place another round of flooring. Gonna go take a piss and pull my insulin out of the fridge. Take a leak. I mean, I've been streaming for 5 hours without standing up. Taking a break. Said vegetable. I haven't had a leek in a long time. Leeks make good soap. Soup, not soap. Yes, leeks are very good. I haven't had leeks in a very long time. Leeks aren't something that I usually buy. They don't really sell particularly nice looking leeks at my I feel like this is going to turn into a tongue twister. I love leeks. Leeks love me. Anyway, I don't generally buy leeks because my local markets has them in stock sometimes, but they never look particularly nice. I used to get leeks quite a bit. This one organics market I used to go to, but I didn't go there at all this year because it's a farmer's market. Anyway, I will be back in a sec. I'm going to go fridge and... Hey, T-Car. Leek. I'm not that elite. Wondering what the dwarf would be doing. Back. Planting, from the looks of things. A bit short on back. Ganuh. Genna. Genna. H is Gan. Let's get more dwarves making blocks. You're going to go nap? You go do that. Naps are a good thing to do. I've been doing that a lot the past few days. Although, then again, the past 2 days, it's been like weird, broken sleep. Staying up most of the night and completely destroying my sleep schedule. But been for a good cause to assist with the charity stream. Troubleshooting. They need it and just be there. Just spam ! Donate in everybody's stream. We'll see you when we see you, Warm Shadow. A good night. A good nap. Also, hey, Foos. Been doing well. Why are we screaming peace real loudly? And Pie, hello. Doing all right, Foos. Yeah, doing all right. Ah. It's just an odd first thing to say in a chat. Peace! That's all. But hello. We demand peace? I mean, I do have a dwarf that prefers peace to war in general. I mean, I could maybe make you some peace soup. That's about the best I could do peace-wise. Unfortunately, humanity is too naturally combative to give us pure peace all the time forever. Also, I may be a slice of pie. I hope you're doing. Yeah, no, it's been a good stream so far today. I think we've doing good work. Even though the like Twitch booted us offline at one point, they've still been good. Very few complaints. Doing pretty good. Hitting on the sky. I too wish I could meditate. You guys actually sleeping in those bedrooms? Yeah. Sweet. Looks like I actually have enough beds. Pleasantly surprised by. God, this thing keeps going. How far across are we? We're getting close to halfway. For school projects? Oh, really? What kind of project? Is this something that's actually going to get made into a film or a play or something, or? That wave there is cool. It's a really neat looking beach. The fortress is beautiful. A little obtuse. Yeah, like, are we talking about, like, movie script, coding script? Now that you mention coding script? Ah, okay. I'm understanding the through line. No, Pi. You didn't write it in Python. Okay? You wrote it in Python. I'm a bad person. Also, this whole room looks like a bomb with like with a really thick fuse at the top. Will it help to put a block stockpile on the bridge with some wheelbarrows? Well, they can't move blocks with wheelbarrows, so no, not really. I mean, maybe, but probably not. I mean, outpost liaison and the dwarves have arrived to trade. Currently busy with this. Finish this game. And then let's go down here and delete these. It'll probably fill up with blocks that we're not using. Right, so I should have plenty of menacing wooden spikes. I don't actually have a broker. We're going to assign a broker now. Beefcake actually is very skilled in that regard, so Beefcake, you can be our broker. The dwarves to trade and the outpost liaison. Also need to brew some more beverages. That was a bad pun and I should feel bad. You're a wizard. And you have no power here. You can't make me feel bad. Puns make me feel alive. Everything else just makes me feel like a husk of a human. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchant? No, I'm just going to do what I did last year and just say bring us meat. Because I'm not hunting at all. You know, also let's ask for cheese. Cheese and meat. Meat and cheese. Good. You vote good pun? I mean...
Cheese for everyone!
There's such a thing as a bad pun? They're all either good or bad depending on your opinion. You learn about the process of mining blockchain and internet things. So, like, recent. That does actually sound kind of interesting. Also, it sounds like it would be very existential dread-causing pie. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer for your craft workshop. Finalize the import agreement. They want crutches, tan stuff. Nothing I'm making. Boozle, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Boozle is the expert. Trader is requested at depot. Oh, I just got hungry all of a sudden. You ever have that feeling where it's just like, whoop, the hunger kicked in? All right, let's check the news. Lots of armies moving about. Are they invading? Army of Ilku Dreamscarred marched on Axe. Army of Bembul Join Iron. Marched on boardroom? They marched on the boardroom, chat. That's funny. Frigid Meteor was known to be in vault names. And lots of refugees and armies moving out here. For refugees calling themselves the Free Fellowship fled from the area just before the army of the Archroads, led by the goblin mate, Shrieks, descended upon Honchu. Don't you do that! Just don't put all your money into Bitcoins, please. I have some money in Bitcoin, but the reason I have money in Bitcoin is because people gave me Bitcoin, and I've been too lazy to figure out how to sell it. So, and every way to sell it that doesn't take all of your money away from you and give you very little in return seems to be sketch as fuck at best. So I just kind of haven't bothered. Dude, I have I usually sits at around $200 in Bitcoin. So I don't have a ton of Bitcoin, but... Oh, fuck yeah, I'm buying books. Bet your ass I'm buying your books. Bunch of scrolls and a bunch of books. I'll buy those splints and crutches so I don't need to worry about making any. Buying all the cheese. And a bunch of meats. And the cave lobster. Yeah, I bought $20 in Ethereum ages ago, and then traded it for Bitcoin because it spiked up and then started to fall in value, and I think I've still technically made money on it. But that was just because I was fucking around and bored. I wouldn't really consider that to be putting money into crypto. It was more just me going, okay, how the fuck does this shit work? Out of curiosity. That makes any sense? Good work, dwarves. Yeah, no, this was way before then. Way before that. This was back when Ethereum was new. And everybody was freaking out about Ethereum, and I was like, fuck it, why not? Food coma's hitting you hard. Alrighty. Because Twitch booted me offline in the middle of this. About 6 hours. Under 6. I'm gonna go do lunch. Okay, because I just got really hungry. We're done trading. Dwarves are relatively happy-ish. Everybody's busy. You guys can follow this dwarf who's making rock blocks. I'm gonna go get me my sandwich and do my injections and stuff. If you're lurking in the channel, can I please get a round of beers? If you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. Thank you very much for all the support today financially, and guys in a couple of...
Hello.
Let's take a lovely fruit. the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
No! No!
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Nuclear vessels.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Blood sugar was pretty nice today. No? What?
No!
You know.
No!
I come in and say my blood sugar was pretty nice, and the first thing you tell me is, no, it's not. But what is and what isn't nice blood sugar? Best timing, I think. Hey, Gimper. Hello. We are attempting the bridge fort. A bridge between us and the unknown. Exciting, frankly. Quite exciting. Hello, Ethan. More dwarves are we gonna get? Okay, more alcohol. 4, 5. Need more hands for construction, so that's good. Or sugary blood. In this case, it was definitely bloody sugar. And it was nice because the total came to 6.9. Minotaur breeding program. Sure. If you can get a male and female Minotaur. I do have a male Minotaur in my other fort. And I have 2 male Ettins in my other fort. Unfortunately, I can't crossbreed species. Well, if you happen to have a male and female, I don't need to hear you out. I agree. Go do it. Breed some fucking Minotaurs if you can. I mean, that's not how this works. You want to breed your own Minotaurs, you breed your own Minotaurs. I ain't buying your Minotaur. If I want to breed Minotaurs, I will find my own Minotaurs. Besides, I got plenty of years to catch. And it led to the most fun you've had in years. I've always wanted to successfully breed hydras or dragons. I once had a female hydra in a fort. We tamed it and she kept laying eggs. So I kept, like, taking the eggs and putting them on pedestals around the fortress. If the wiki is accurate, then from what I know, that is true. Yeah. I've stared at the wiki about that stuff a bit. It was fun though having Hydra egg roasts in that one fortress. Because we did eat a lot of Hydra egg. Not sure how big they are, but they're big enough that they seemed to make a lot of food. Our first new to the fortress. Are you gonna just go sit because we don't have a gem cutters spot? Yeah. Make you a jeweler's workshop. See if anybody else can make a job to somebody. Like ostrich, but a bit more ridiculous. I've always wanted to eat ostrich egg. When, like years ago, we used to know somebody who had emus, and they would eat the emu eggs. But she described, like, an egg that you could make, like, 5 omelets out of. Which I've always thought is, like, the coolest sounding thing ever. Like, who doesn't want an egg so big that you can make, like, 5 omelets out of a single egg? Because, like, that just sounds great. Ostrich egg is equal to 16 chicken eggs, is it? I've never seen that exact number before of 16 eggs, but... All right, IDZ23, you're creating a mysterious construction out of gem cutters thing. And you just grabbed 3 white opals. Any bets on what you make? I mean, I'm afraid of ostriches and emus in real life. They're like the closest thing we have to current generation dinosaurs. They're terrifying. If you've ever had, like, an emu run directly at you, very intimidating. What? Ask me what material. Yes, that's everybody's favorite fun fact whenever emus are brought up, Ethan. Many jokes get made about that per week on this. Because everybody thinks they're the first person to mention it. Fair enough. Always funny if you're bored. I think things like that are funny the first time you hear them. Then every other time you hear it, it's like, oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that, I know that story. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It's like Canada burned down the White House. Very funny. Initially when you hear it. Then you realize the actual implications of that and you're like, oh. Good job to my country, but also like, whoa. They're just bigger emus, though. Flatcaster made. Microline? Is it? It might actually not be taught in American schools anymore. But Canada did, in fact, burn down the White House. See why the White House is white. The one thing we're not sorry for? No, we did in the War of 1812. Well, technically it was the British, but it was the people that lived up here at the time. Yeah, it's literally the reason it's called the White House, is because they had to whitewash it white after it was burnt down. Originally it was brown. It wasn't white originally. Wasn't it the Dominion? It was like the collective something of Canada. But yeah, we weren't the entirety of Canada wasn't technically a country. It was like the Dominion of Canada plus a bunch of native tribes plus a bunch of settlements. Because Canada wasn't technically a country until like 30 years later. Everything else is a lie? Well, I'm sorry for your loss. We can only prime it before the winter. Yep. Also, hey, damage. That's why I'm saying that, like, emus and ostriches are the closest thing we have to dinosaurs now, Snack. Huh. IDZ23, the gem setter, has created Urva Dog, White Opal Cage. Claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Alien Slayers, City Planet. You two a couple? How are you two related? You're not. What? I mean, alright. Worth 96,000. This is a white opal cage. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with white opal cabochons, and this object menaces with spikes of white opal. On the item is an image of sealed wedges, the white opal cage in white opal. Yeah, you got a white opal cage dedicated to you by somebody who's not related to you. I'm gonna put it at the entrance to the bridge. How we doing, Nautilus? What am I making? A big old bridge. So I do these weekly forts called day forts, where I go into the fort with the theme, and I have to finish it by the end of the stream. This is the second one I've done. The first one we did, we reclaimed a fortress. The theme was we were bandits, and we had to attack every single caravan that showed up, which we did. We attacked and killed every single caravan that showed up. If you type in !VID, there's a lore video, a YouTube channel, which I put up this morning, of lore about that fort. This is our second week of that. What about forts I do at night? I mean, I don't stream Dwarf Fortress at night, technically. Because I stream 9 to 5, so it's morning, daytime, and afternoon. I don't stream DF, really, later into the night. But we're calling them day forts because I have to complete them in a day. So if you want to think real hard about that, you can. If you want to try and ask me questions that I don't really have an answer for, you can do that. You can just, like, roll with the name and... can all have a good day. It's like we didn't want to steal the Krug Smash branding of short forts. Night streams are from Minesweep. Minesweep, Rogue, traditional roguelikes, Jupiter Hell. Whatever the fuck else. I'll ban you, Nautilus. You think you're funny? I will hurt you. Where it hurts. You'll have to go bug Nyx to get her to unban you. And I'd even let her. But I would want the satisfaction of banning you for that terrible joke. Thanks for the host, though, bud. Probably Long Death. Because Long Death I've kept alive for 110 years now, I think. So it's my longest fort. And fort with some of the most stories. Probably Long Death. I don't really have a favorite, though, because they're all so different and unique. Kind of an unfair question. Because you're not trying to build for longevity. Longevity is a lot of endurance and mundane. Ah, perfect. I'm going to ban Nautilus Knots, and you can unban him next. Waiting for Nyx to unban him. If he doesn't, then I'll just do it. There you go. Welcome back, Nautilus Knots. What if he never gets unbanned? Well, then Nyx doesn't unban her friend. And that's on Nyx, not me. I have a special sense of humor. You know, I come from an era of Twitch that is very different than Twitch is now. There used to be a meme in this one stream I used to watch years ago. Like, this was like 2011 Twitch. Like 9-10 years ago. And basically the way it worked was when the streamer would get up to go use the toilet, the first person to speak when he got back would get insta-gib perma-banned. Streamer would get up, and this would be like a stream with like thousands of people watching. And we'd just be sitting there like, okay, who's gonna do it? Who's gonna break it? And then someone would be like, I'm taking one for the tip band. So funny. It was always hilarious. And then, like, someone wouldn't know what's up, and they'd just be like, yo, sup, when they got back. And they'd be like... Streamer would just look at him and be like, nope. Sorry. Bye, new guy. Bang! And then, like, once a month, he would clear all of his permabans, so it didn't really matter anyway. You just had to wait until the first of the next month to be able to talk again, but... God, it was good times. I mean, kind of, but, like, if you're into it, it's very funny. Like, does it kind of suck? In a chat like that, like this, yes, it would suck. In a chat like that where you have thousands of people, it is hilarious. Also, I'm using the wrong type of... Fireball for the... I feel like I put a microclimate. Oh. You agree? Fantastic. Hopefully it was a good break from stream. You did get a dwarf named while you were gone. Not familiar with Ron Plays games? And the prize is you're banned for a month. Yeah, I can't stand marbles on stream. I think it's one of the worst things to happen to Twitch in the last few years, actually. Can't fucking stand that shit. Hate watching it. Hate playing it. It's so fucking boring. Unpopular opinion, but I have a lot of those. So fucking boring, says the guy who plays Dwarf Fortress. on the hype of your community. Like I said, I hate it. But also, like I said, unpopular opinion. Yes, Ghanaian. Every single thing that you say. I hate it. like, super hypey chats just not for me. I have similar opinions on stream raiders, but I'll zip my mouth about stream. A lot of my friends use it. Yep, no, totally. There's something for everyone. But the shitty part of Twitch is there's a lot of people who are on this platform who are incredibly successful that shouldn't have a platform. But yes, that is the beauty of Twitch, is that something for everybody. Funny, like, I have some friends who stream, or people who I know who stream, who I really like to hang out with in real life, like them as people, hang out with them at conventions, go out for beers with them at conventions, that sort of thing. Can't fucking stand their stream because it's just like hype shenanigans, and actually can react to the viewers. I mean, that's usually on the streamer to be able to react to viewers. You can watch pretty big streams and have a streamer that is able to talk to everybody. I know a few broadcasts that regularly sit in the 300 to 500 viewer range, and the streamer can talk to basically everybody all the time. Like, every now and again, they'll pick and choose not to respond to certain people, but most of the time, everybody gets a response. And that's kind of how I've always liked it. I've always enjoyed the interaction-heavy broadcasts. Like, I don't need a lot of interaction to be entertaining, but it's not like the stream's just going to crash and burn if that shuts up, but it's amusing. See, that's the difference with me, Ghanaian. I'm literally the exact same person on stream that I am in person. Like, if you ever hang out with me in real life, I'm almost the same person. The only difference is I swear a little bit more person, and I'll make less politically correct jokes. I'm like a little bit more muted. Then it doesn't really matter if they mostly ignore chat. Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, Slush Puppy's actually really good at talking to his... I mean, even people like excessive profanity. He'll have long discussions with his chat. Dark humor is best humor? Yeah, but keep it the fuck out of this chat room, please. I don't have dark humor. I have politically incorrect humor. But I won't make jokes. Can't fucking... Yeah, I'm well aware of who Slush Puppy is. So what you're saying is you just don't like Italian voices? No. Emperor. The reason I say that is because you'd have to stay 6 meters away from me. I mean, that's just like saying that all Japanese shoutcasters sound the same. And all Korean shoutcasters sound the same when they scream, Pentaku! You're not Japanese. Oh, so what you're saying is you're Italian? Question mark? I guess that would make sense. Interesting. I know someone who is Dutch, and he refuses to watch Dutch streams because he says that the only Dutch people who watch Dutch streams are too young to be able to speak English, which I think is really interesting. He's like all the Dutch people on Twitch that are old enough to be able to speak other languages just watch English streams. And so the only people you get actually watching Dutch streams are little children, which is interesting. Kind of a really interesting take that never even crossed my mind. That you get that. This reminds me of an Asian baseball commentator yelling about a home run and saying that the ball was like an X-waving. Left faster than my last girlfriend. Jesus. I feel that. That is pretty funny. I could see myself getting a cackle out of that. I mean, I just did, and I didn't even hear it live. I mean, if links are allowed here as long as they're relatively on topic, not just blatant self-promotion and not POS bannable. Basically, as long as you're not stupid, you're free to post links. What's up, Voodoo? How we be? I don't know. I don't see myself being particularly social with anybody through Twitch for a very long time. Unless it's like at a convention. It's got nothing to do with the pandemic. It's just personal temper. Like, I don't want to just like shoot you down and say no forever, but I'll just say for the next few years, highly unlikely. Just because I've developed a lot of trust issues. It's nice to see you. Need food storage items. Let's stop working on those medicine spikes and instead work on. Yeah, no, I think at this point, in order to actually meet me, you'd have to catch me at a... I used to be much more open about that sort of shit. Just not. Like, don't get me wrong, Gimper. Actually, it kind of sucks. It's a really shitty headspace to be. I don't know. I feel like I've kind of met my limit. Like, one of the weirder parts about being a streamer and having any kind of public audience is you develop a lot of friendships with people. right? But it's the most one-sided friendships that could possibly exist, right? Like, the average person who watches me every day probably knows a pretty decent amount about me. Oh, there are fairies here. We found fairies, chat. There's fairies buzzing around my bridge. Like, the average person who watches me on the daily knows quite a bit about me because I talk about myself quite a bit. I know absolutely nothing about you. You've never seen fairies? Now you have. They have no descriptions, so. Age one? You can't. They're too small. Can you do anything with them? No, they're vermin. I think cats can kill them. But that's about it. So, like, you develop these... Like, the term for them are parasocial relationships, where it's just, like, one person in the friendship knows the other person really, 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 really well, but I will never know you particularly well. And in my experience so far doing this, I've never had a negative experience meeting somebody. But I've had enough experiences that are, like, question marks that kind of at a point now where I don't really feel comfortable just order some cats. We're okay for right now. Oh, sure, certainly, yes. I could trap them in a kennel, but I don't really see the point when we're trying to build a bridge. I mean, I could use vermin traps, yes. I can't cage them, though. Although, I wonder... I know dwarves will go search for small creatures if they're starving to death. Just eat. I wonder if they'll go, catch fairies and eat them. They probably would, because they count as vermin. You love being a question mark? I don't know. I feel kind of shitty when I talk about this sort of stuff, but it's very... Not that I got anything against you guys. It's just trust people. I used to. Don't anymore. Eating fairies? Sure, they're delicious. They probably taste like chicken? Well, I mean, humans taste like pork, right? I have a feeling fairies wouldn't taste like anything. Although if they're Krug Smash's depiction of fairies, then they probably taste like crickets. What we would ever actually do together in person? I mean, like, playing games on Discord is one thing. Tinkerbella mushrooms? I really want someone to write a short story where in that world's universe, fairies are actually, like, fungal. Yeah, I sometimes wonder how you're, like, not totally nuts, Anander. Hey, man, those kids are your retirement fund. They have to take care of you when they grow up, right? I respect that. From folks, yeah. Like the orcs from Warhammer, basically. 80 beverages again. Are we actually brewing? Nope. You walked away, so you missed it, but yeah, it's something to watch out for. I mean, like, to be clear, I ain't no Miley Cyrus, you know? I don't have, like, armies of stalkers chasing me. But, like, I don't really have that problem, but it's something that, like, I don't want it to happen, period. So especially when, like, people call me out in chat and they're like, hey, is that an offer to hang out? It's, like, completely clear. No, it's not. I mean, I don't need to look behind me because I can see what's behind me because I have a camera and I can see myself in my camera at all times. So a legally blind kid can see what's behind him. Big ol' line of stuff. All right, let's not put the wrong block in here for a third time. Marble. 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 Kind of shocked we haven't been hit by anything yet. There's a lot of, like, spooky creatures in this embark. Considering this half of the map is in range of necromancer towers, too. Like, I was kind of figuring we'd have some action in this embark, but not so far. So far, the scariest thing that have really shown up have been capybara, man. Oh, Mako shark. That was kind of terrifying. There's a giant olm in the basement. Had a bunch of albatross people fly over. Stayed away from the stream for a while because you were getting too invested. What, like you were paying too much attention and getting distracted? Yeah, I feel that. Like, when you say American dude, do you mean like the Twitch drama that happened back in June? Because that's a large portion of why I don't really want to associate with anybody I've met through Twitch, unless it's people I know really fucking well. Like, I used to constantly raid a lot of people and host a lot of people and try and network with as many people as possible. By the way, Spaceship Rat, your dwarf's having a fey mood, by the way. And you've claimed a Mason's Workshop, and you're grabbing Sulfurite ore, I think? Yeah, Sulfurite ore. That's exciting. I think you probably want bones or something. Skeletons, yes you do. But yeah, no, the drama from this spring kinda is the source of a lot of my not trust issues, that's the wrong word to use. Cautiousness. It's like basically at this point I interact with my team, and that's like I've always had almost a weird spidey sense for creeps, and like I could there's many people I've met through Twitch that like talking to them in person or even like watching their streams, I kind of go, there's something off about you that I don't like. They grab the ore and then the bull bone. And June proved a lot of my spidey senses to be very accurate. To a creepy level. Or like, oh, that person I thought was a creep is actually... That person I thought was a creep is actually a creep. That person I thought was a creep is actually a creep. And now it's just kind of... I just don't really trust anybody. Couple that with like my general anxiety issues. It's like, well, I don't want to go to conventions anymore. I don't want to really meet people in my industry anymore, which kind of sucks because as somebody who does this for a living, in order to be successful streaming, you kind of need to network with streamers. But I just kind of hope that I'm at a size now where I don't really need to, and I have my team so that like we can just kind of work internally without having to really worry about the greater Twitch, considering over the years, when you saw a Drank and you were like Dragon, I actually knew that male ducks were called drakes before I played DF, so that wasn't a problem for me. But something that I've kind of learned over the years is that I really, really, really don't like networking large groups of just. I'll go back onto the topic, but we're going to read about this Dwarf's thing. Spaceship Rat. The miner has created Akuth Umvid and Loishan Self-Right Cabinet. Claims it as a family heirloom. For 6,000, this is a Self-Right Cabinet. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned Self-Right cabochons and encircled with bands of yak bone. Good shit. Gonna just place it down here so it doesn't get stolen by someone. Dwarves are meditating on sacrifice. Good stuff. I need to mine more stuff. I mean, I might actually stream some Among Us. I got invited by a few people who I like watching to play Among Us with them. So that might actually happen in a couple months. A couple weeks even. But it would be like a 2-hour stream at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I might not even stream my point of view. Yeah, no, I mean, it wouldn't really help me all that much. I mean, I've always been kind of niche. I guess, like, kind of the really big problem that I have is Twitch has become very opportunistic. And I was watching Man vs. Game a couple days ago when he was playing Demon's Souls. And it was hard to watch because to anybody who doesn't watch Man vs. Game, might sound like a bit of a dick, but he's like one of the longest time streamers on Twitch. Like, he's been doing this longer than anybody, pretty much. And I agree with him on a lot of levels when it comes to his opinions on streaming as a profession. And he was basically just ranting about how he hates streaming Demon's Souls because it reminds him of the good old days. And this is part of the reason I play the games that I do stream. You remember him existing? I still watch him. I fucking love Man. But this industry now is essentially just coordinated corporate shilling, right? If you want to be successful as a streamer now, you kind of have to a degree, just be a shill, right? Especially if you want to exist financially, or if you want big promotions, or if you want the kind of the ability to make a living doing this. You know, a little while ago, I was in a meeting with a bloke who was basically just like giving us an offer to record mobile ads for mobile phone games. The money would have been really good, but I have absolutely no interest in being just like that guy that's in all of the Arknights ads who's just like, download Arknights, it's free, or all those AFK Arena ads. I can't do that.
Beer.
What's up, Pro Sectra? Thank you very much for the 7 months. Cheers, dude. I get a big old round of beers in chat. And it's got partly to do with why I play the games I do, you know? The majority of the games I play are either cheap indie games or fucking free, you know? So it's quite literally impossible for me to chill out, per se, to corporate playing the games I play, because they are either really low budget indie games where they don't have the budget to do that, or they're free. Like, I'm totally fine with... Unlike that thing that my bot just put in the chat, the Nexus store, it's a perfectly good example. I'm probably going to delete that thing. I like the idea of it, but all of the games I want to promote through it aren't really on that service. And I've been pestering a few developers trying to get the games that I want up on that service, and they're either not interested or don't see the value in it. So, not interested or not interested. And it's like, well, I could just put up a whole bunch of games I'm never going to stream as pre-orders and be like, yo, give me money. But, like, I don't care. I have opinions on Yogscast, but it's maybe best that you don't ask them. Formal, what up, dude? I mean, Yogscast does their fair share of shilling, but... You watch Sips? Okay. Sips is good. I don't know, though. I kind of just hate the direction that this industry has gone. I dislike the direction Twitch has gone. And it's just kind of like... certainly not helping with my need to just, like, become insular. Like, I think if I didn't have my stream team, I would just, like, quite literally talk to anyone. Not host anybody or anything. Payday from Jody's chill stream DM. I mean, I don't think, you know, jokes aside, Jalisar, I know that's totally a joke, and hello, I'm glad that you like the stream. I don't think I would accept money from Toady to stream Dwarf Forge. If Toady offered me money to stream DF, I just wouldn't do it. Stuff you see on live stream fails? I've got an honest question. Why the fuck do you watch live stream fails? Just why? I mean, I think the answer to the question is probably Schadenfreude that you just can't look away from, but still. Schadenfreude? Yeah. I guess that's kind of for the same reason people used to watch, like, fail blog back in the day on YouTube. It's people getting hurt. We still should find me some sort of corporate sponsorship. How about instead you just give me $2 a month on Patreon? Sign up for a whole year, you can get 15% off. Like, technically I do take corporate sponsorships, right? Like, I did the gig where we played Worms all night. But I don't really look at that as a sponsorship. I look at that as being paid to run an event. You know, like, they hired me and my team to run an event all night, right? That's not really a sponsorship. It's a paid gig to run an event. Like, it was the 25th anniversary of Worms. We streamed from, like, 1 o'clock in the morning my time until 8 o'clock in the morning my time. What is the blue rock? It's Microcline. This stuff. Microcline. Fair enough, IDZ. Like, I'm not judging you for watching Yogscast, to be clear. I have opinions of the Yogscast organization that are not entirely positive. There are certainly good folks as part of the Yogscast. I mean, Raid Shadow Legends has offered me or 7 deals of 3 figures. One of 5, or one of 4 figures, not 5 figures, 4 figures. For whatever it's worth, I have much more negative things to say about Rooster Teeth than Yox. But I heard recently that Rooster Teeth almost like imploded. Got a rabbit that's starving to death. Fuck rabbit. Yeah, you go up there. Kind of scary how many people they could advertise to play. Hold on a second. It's kind of scary how many people they could pay to advertise that game. Oh, what? Raid Shadow Legends? I mean, not really. They put 0 money into the game. They put 0 effort into actually making the game. The game is just designed to be a marketable, easy to sell thing. And then they put their entire budget into marketing. So, kind of, but like, kind of not really. Like, it actually kind of makes a lot of sense how to have that much money. Yeah, but I had a lot of issues with the way Rooster Teeth worked. Let's just say upwards of 6-7 years ago, let alone after the drama and shit happened. Also, boinking in the office is a really funny way to write that. Oh shit, we're seeing waves! Almost at the other end. Just read Reddit drama? I am not entirely certain with that, but no, my issues with Rooster Teeth are very old. From things that they said about, I guess it's old. Things that they said about Fallout 4 in relation to a website that I really... And reviews being invalid due to, having the wrong opinion while they're holding their Pip-Boys that they were given for free. Your reviews of a game are invalid because you disagree with my opinion on the game. Also, I totally am not getting paid by them to stream it tomorrow. Hey, Homing, what's up? But no, I'm at the point now where it's like, I am just picky about everything that I do. I hold grudges? I don't hold grudges. If I see an organization being run in a incredibly thoughtless manner, and if I see an organization hiring people that say things like that, and then there's never an apology or changes made to fix those problems, and the same people are still in charge, regardless of if those people that were causing problems still work there, those tendencies go on. So it's not a grudge. It's if the people that you are willing to hire and the person in charge of hiring is still the one doing the hiring, we're building the bridge. Been very quiet. I kind of thought that we would have gotten attacked or seen something by now, because everything is untamed wilds, but it's been actually very, very quiet. We're not spaceship, homing drone. Haven't seen any beasts or anything. It's just been chill. I mean, there's been very few magical creatures spawning. We know that there's fairies, but we haven't seen any, like, unicorns or anything. Or any of the real joyous biome specific creatures. It's been very calm. Considering, like, this area supposedly has multiple large titans that float around. Been very quiet. Apparently we have, the Hill of Rock, a stoneworker guild. So they're medium-sized creatures because they're horses, Spaceship Rat, but they're horses that literally wield a sword. So if they decide to cut up your dwarf, they're gonna fucking cut up your dwarf. So generally they're not that bad generally, but if they decide to, you know, it's just like, cows. Cows are fine as long as you don't get bit by them in Dwarf Fortress. Lions are the same size as cows and have the same sort of jaws, but they also have swords on their hands because they have claws. Here, I'll zoom out in a second after I accept it. This is the bridge. It goes from over here all the way up to here. And something just happened. I'm not sure what it is. Oh, some migrants have. Oh, please don't tell me they arrived on the wrong side. No, they didn't. Oh, God. I was like, what? How big is it? This is as long as they possibly can be. It's not very wide, but it's very long. That's how big the embark. What's holding the bridge up? Magic and prayers. Dwarven engineering is the proper thing. What's holding the bridge up? Alcoholism. How else do you hold bridges up? Not with alcoholism. You and me, Bridge. You and me both. Alcoholism holds us both up. Not unless they're completely separated from their supports. So if I were to unbuild a line at the beginning, yes, it would. It would indeed collapse. But because I'm intentionally not letting it collapse, structural integrity is not a problem in DF. It's funny because in a recent Long Death VOD, I actually mentioned, like, one day we'll get structural integrity and buildings will collapse. Because one day we will. That is something that Tarn has talked about and wants to add into the game at some point. But I said that, and someone almost immediately commented on the VOD when I put the VOD live saying, "Blind, don't you utter such dangerous words ever again." And I'm just like, I mean, I want to see it. That update would be hilarious, especially like if it came in hot. So like you didn't need to make a new fortress or anything, and you just load your fort up one day and everything caves in. What's up, Zalster? Those things. Be like my favorite RimWorld update ever that just made all of my walls turn into rat meat. There was one day like there wasn't a lot of particularly memorable like RimWorld weird things when you updated the game, but there was one update that turned all of my walls into rat meat. You remember that? It was like, what the fuck happened? Yeah, and like a third of my fort was made out of steel. Like a third of my fort was squirrel meat. Like, what the fuck? Like walking into some H.R. Geiger nightmare. Everything's just made out of flesh. But how you doing today, Zalser? How's things? We are building a very long bridge. I think I'm gonna need to build our living space over here out of microclimate. Set up chained work orders tonight. Okay. I see what you're saying. Animal has become a stray rooster. How long is this bridge gonna be? We've almost finished it. We just need to get to this. We're almost there. Then I need to build living spaces and house all my 43 now dwarves on the bridge. And then move all of our living spaces onto the bridge. And port. Wonder. It's gonna go build us a... That's not what I wanted. Guild Hall. Stoneworkers Guild. The Steel of Aquamarine, sure. Let's suspend all this and start bringing boulders out. Stoneworkers Guild? You're a stoneworker, Stone? I guess one of my concerns, chat, sometimes I end up rambling about many blocks, much bridge, wow. Lots of blocks, lots of bridge, wow, yeah. Sometimes I feel like I just sound bitter. Don't want that to be the case. Be clear. Not trying to just sound bitter. But I do have some unpopular opinions about the streaming industry that I've developed over a very long career. You know, like, I had this weird realization the other day, chat. I just celebrated my 7 years of streaming anniversary. 7 years I've been streaming. Admittedly, in the first year, I took about 6 months off. But my first real, I want to start streaming, stream, was 7 years ago plus. And you know who just celebrated his 7 years of streaming? I think it was yesterday. Admiral Baru. I've streamed longer than Admiral Baru. Eurus the Gem Cutter withdraws from society. Look at all those dwarves singing. Hold on, I need to know what they're singing about. The Tress of Velvet is a form of music used for entertainment originating in the Brilliant Saber. The form guides the musicians through improvised performances. The Quandary of Knots is a poetic riddle intended to describe Ral, originating in the Brilliant Saber. The rules of the form are applied by poets to produce individual poems. But that I guess is just kind of an aside to like make it clear about how long I've been doing. Like, there's a lot of household name streamers that everybody kind of knows or at least has seen their emotes. I've been streaming longer than most of the biggest names on the site. Thanks, Ozzy. Making progress. That's. And a mysterious construction. Best of luck. Be a perfect gem, I bet. Barrel or something. And yeah, no, that's just like kind of a thought that's difficult to like realizing how long I've been doing this versus other streamers, other broadcasters in general. So it's actually kind of wild. And it's taken up until like, not current year, but up until about 2017 before I kind of got to a point where I knew what I wanted to do with my broadcast and started to actually kind of get good at it. Like, it took me a really fucking long. To an extent, like, I feel like I'm still kind of not there yet. Like, I'm still very much like perfect white as a family heirloom. Eurus the Gem Cutter has created Asheth the Madras, a perfect, and claims it as a family heirloom. Worth 48,000. The perfect white opal. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is cut with it is encrusted with brillet cut white opal. Absolutely. Absolutely. From all the dwarves out here to construct things. How was your nap? I'm Shadow. Oh, we're almost to the other side of the bay. Working on it. Close to the other. But no, I love what I do at the end of the day. I'm incredibly thankful to be able to do what I do. All right, a little bit distracted by charity stuff in the background. But yeah, no, I'm incredibly thankful that I have the ability to do what I do. It's just so easy to see the negatives of something when you've done it for so long. Like any job ever that anybody is ever going to do ever, doesn't matter how cool or unique or interesting it is, or how difficult it is to achieve that job. You could have the coolest job in the world, and sometimes you'll just be like, man, this sucks. And it doesn't matter what industry it is or how long you've been doing it. There will just be times where you see all of the problems and flaws with that job. You may also, at the same time, see all of the benefits and positives of that job, which make you feel incredibly lucky. Is the case for me on an average day, you know? Like, I very much see the positives of my job, and I very much see the benefits of my job, I guess. But God, there are times where I see the negatives and they pile. They definitely pile. What are we doing on alcohol? 400 plus? Gets... We continue to work on this bridge. All right, so I don't think I'm going to do individual bedroom on this. And I'm going to ask your guys' opinion on this. I don't think I'm going to do individual bedrooms on this fort. But what I do think I can do pretty easily would be just another bunker. Because, like, honestly, these dwarves don't seem to mind their living situation much. Like, they're literally just sleeping in a room together, just in a dormitory fashion. So I think I'm going to do that. I guess to call this fortress done, and chat, if you guys disagree, please say so. I think to call this fortress done for me, I need to have a bunker setup that's functioning, a tavern setup that's functioning, and maybe a library that's set up and functioning, and basically be a sustaining fortress on this bridge. That's kind of where I'm at. Those are the things that I need to have done in order for this fortress to be done. The hell with individual rooms for now. Yeah, we're supposed to be bridge stewards, not like, you know, big fancy. Man, so over in the hot potato stuff, Italics just took over the hot potato. So he just took the save file, so he's just starting his leg, and he's already raised 400, or how much? Anyway, he's already raised several $100s, and he's only just started. $470. And he's been running for like, I don't know, 5 minutes? 3 minutes, technically, into his time slot. $470. Fuck yeah. Oh, dang it. Forgot to cancel half these. Oh, and just this. Also, chat, can we just get a round of beers in the chat? Because we're a little lurky today. Curious about how many people are listening to my mindless rambles. If you guys want to talk about something different, feel free to change the subject at any point. This is just stuff that's on my mind, so when I have kind of nothing else to talk about, I just talk about whatever the heck's on my mind. So, and whatever the heck's on my mind might not necessarily be positive. Although this fridge is looking fine. That area that I'm building out to the left there, that's going to be kind of where our living space goes. Somebody needs to help Danuj out a little bit. But Danuj and Anander don't need to type in the word beer. Or crypto. Yeah. Like how the dwarves are just like canceling fertilized field. We're into the summer. Years have we actually been here? Here did we start? Year 314, year pi, and we're into year 316. Okay, so we've been here a little bit now. We're making pretty good progress, I'd say. From year 314 to year 316, and we've almost got this bridge halfway across. That's pretty damn good. I've got to say, that's pretty damn good. I think we're just going to build out everything that's buildable here, and then I'm going to put another stone stockpile in that area that I'm constructing there on the left. Got shopping to do? Gotcha. You go do what you need to do. We'll see you when we see you, Anander. But if you're still streaming when I get back. I don't know if I will be. I'm pretty tired. Like, I don't know if it's coming across, but I am completely fucking exhausted. I didn't really rest much on those days I didn't stream at all. In fact, I slept way less than I normally do. I was, just kind of glued to the charity stream the whole time. A glass of eggnog. You're gonna drink out of the carton. I mean, it's not eggnog if you're not drinking it out of the carton. Like, let's be honest for a second here. It ain't eggnog unless you're drinking it out of the goddamn carton. Like, does anybody actually drink eggnog like the way it's supposed to be drank? I think I've almost spent the majority of my eggnog drinking time drinking eggnog directly out of the carton. And I'm not even afraid to admit that. It's just a fact. Although, ooh, the humans have arrived to trade. But I'll trade with them. I mean, since living alone, I barely ever pour cups of anything anymore. It's like, if I have milk, oh, I would like a drink of milk? Yeah, just drink it straight out of the jug, or bottle, or carton, or whatever it came in. If I need juice, yep, drinking it straight out of whatever it came in again. No reason to do anything else, really. You make aged eggnog from scratch. It started 2 weeks ago, and you're super excited for Christmas. Christmas is, sorry, Kiri, if you're listening, my least favorite season of the year by far. I kind of can't stand it. Yeah, I always look forward to Christmas being over. Like, it certainly has its benefits. Nice to see family most years, but, like, I hate the modern Western, I guess, take on it as a holiday. It's literally just, like, a glorification of everything I kind of hate about capitalism. And, like, for people who ask me, they're like, well, what holidays do you like? I will always rank Thanksgiving significantly above Christmas, purely because I don't hate Thanksgiving for the stuff that you do as part of celebrations. I quite enjoy just having a good excuse to hang out with family and eat good food. That I'm super okay with. Totally okay with just make a big-ass meal and eat it with family. That's great. Good way to have a holiday. But I hate the social pressures of Christmas. And there's certainly some people that really, really, really enjoy, like, gift giving and all that stuff. I think it puts people in unnecessary pressure. And in family environments that I've been in over the years, I've certainly been in environments where certain people give big gifts and expect big gifts in return. And it is never pleasant for me because I'm terrible at giving gifts to people. And often I'm in positions where I can't financially afford generous gifts. And that's why I prefer Thanksgiving over Christmas, because it's like, well, I often can't financially afford to give gifts, but I can certainly bring a nice dessert, you know? So I don't know. I think that's important. The music, it's everywhere. You mean like the Noida music? Noida's got a fantastic sound. Of course, I mean Canadian Thanksgiving. Yeah. Why would I be talking about a holiday I don't celebrate? Also, I don't know any Americans that give gifts and presents on American Thanksgiving, so it's not that much like Christmas. Like, you might as well just scream happy consumerism. Sure, I mean, gifts are usually mostly within the close family, but I still feel that pressure. And I still see people spending a lot of money on gifts. Which is why I much prefer Thanksgiving, because it's like, well, let's hang out with my family members and have an excuse to hang out with people who I love versus... And just eat good food for a day versus... having the social pressures of gift giving. Like, even if it's not expected, it will still sit there in my head that, oh, I wasn't able to afford to give X number of people that gave me gifts. Even if they're small gifts, like, not something I like. They go shop. Oh, you're talking about Black Friday. I haven't seen that many photos of people shopping this. Also cheaper. Imagine how much a $40 bird would feed. Yeah? Well, a $40 bird and, like, a $40 ham, and then, like, I don't know, like, a couple pounds of potatoes and done. Better than bought ones? Totally. And I couldn't agree more, Spaceship Rat. Not always the truth in every family and every household. No? Not always the truth. Basically, if I could have Christmas... and zero pressure to ever give anybody a gift ever, I would like the holiday. but everything that surrounds the holiday makes me bitter and hate the holiday. I hate the advertising. I hate the social requirements. I hate the marketing. I hate the media around it. I hate like all of the shitty Christmas films. I hate like genuinely. I mean, birthdays are almost. I get so pissed off on Christmas because people ask me what I want, and I'm like, donate money to. Usually, I would say charity water in the past, but now I'll say JDRF. Donate X number of dollars that you would spend on a gift for me to this charity that I. And no one ever fucking does it, ever. They always get me some random knickknack. I don't need this garbage. Don't fucking give me this shit. Fucking do what I asked you to do, or don't fucking ask me. I'd rather you get me nothing. But people assume that that's what I want, and it's funny. You can really tell, Spaceship, who's had to work in any kind of customer service versus people who haven't. It's like, do you like Christmas music? If yes, clearly you've never had to work a customer service job. Do you hate Christmas music? Yes. Okay, then you've had to work a customer service. Like, Christmas in 2020 is about as fake as fucking. Well, there's one Christmas album I like. I really, really like Bad Religion's Christmas album, for irony's sake. But it's like Christmas in 2020 is about as fake as Valentine's Day. The people who say that Valentine's Day is a real holiday, it's like, oh, it's fucking not. From Uncle Bob. Now, give me ugly sweater that my stream team is selling. You know, because I'll know that a portion of the money went to charity. Although they're not actually ugly. They look very nice. I mean, there's a lot of really good Christmas music out there. And no, it's not any of the stuff that gets played on the radio. Or like the store-approved safe stuff. You're okay with Christmas music when it's summer, but not in November? What? I'm not certain I understand the through line there. Oh, no, totally. I mean, any song can get grating if you hear it on okay, if you can tell what time of day it is based on how many times you've heard Santa Baby playing, yeah, it's going to get grating. It's certainly going to grate on your brain after a little bit. I've been in that situation. It sucks. I mean, as someone who's relatively anti-capitalism, I don't like sales in particular. Like, I'll take advantage of them, but I wouldn't say that I look forward to or enjoy any of them. Especially the kinds of things that actually are on sale during Black Friday. Those various things. So, what's up with the capybara people fucking climbing trees and dying? Because there's a capybara man corpse up here. And the combat log is, takes full force of the impact, bruising the muscle. His neck takes the full force of the impact, bruising the muscle and tearing the upper spine. Literally climbed a tree. You worked at Sears for a couple of years. And there's hamster people are back. They're also climbing trees. And then jumping out of them. Are they suicidal? What are they doing? Hey, hamster people. I wonder if they're going to start using my bridge. I really hope they start using my bridge. Until it's too late. Oh, no. Hamster man just fell out of a tree. But or a hamster woman, rather. And she stands up, so she's fine. So I think next fort we'll do will be a soap production fort. So next week we'll do a fortress where all we do is produce soap. Maybe we'll do it in like an eviler biome. Try and find something kind of spooky or like kind of close to necromancers or something, and just bring a lot of pigs and just slaughter a lot of pigs. They're lemming people? Are there lemmings in Dwarf Fortress? Huh. I would laugh so hard if a bunch of lemming people showed up. Wash the evil away. Yeah! This fort's actually become less eventful than I hoped it would be. Wouldn't you have to change the raws to butcher animal people? I thought that they count as intelligent. More migrants have arrived. More workhorses. But you're just a stonecrafter. Surgeon? Need to make a his office for you and a sea job. Competent glazer. Did commission electronic sales? I'm so sorry. You just put your smart grandson who understands computers head on and made bank. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you have to do in a situation like that. Oh no. Stray bull calf has been found starved to death because I didn't realize we had it. Whoops. I mean, that's kind of what you got to do, Clino, right? In those situations, it's just like, sell stuff to people. I always feel so bad for people who've had to work commission sales, though. Gotta get that dead animal corpse out of here. Farmer Guild. The Goldenrod Leaves Hall. Accept them. I said no, but accept them. A lot of patience and a lot of reassurance. Yeah, more or less. I mean, there's certainly helping somebody who doesn't understand computers is very much a skill. Not necessarily just of patience, but certainly partially of patience. Does the main base slowly move down the bridge? I've been making new stockpiles, which I need to do right now, actually, now that I think about it. But no, the main base does not move down the bridge. The main base is going to move into this microline construction that I'm building here on the left, the blue area. That's going to become our living space once it connects to the beach down beneath it and actually has some sort of supports, because I'm not going to just build a giant thing out of nowhere. But not really, no. Although I am bringing these blocks up here now. What the fuck is that? Where did it come from? I have a steel bar? I must have traded for that. But they will never understand. The only thing you can do with Grandma is to do things for her. Try to soothe her feelings. Yeah. Yeah, no, I understand that. I certainly had to deal with quite a few older folks when I worked at McDonald's. You really didn't mind it, to be honest. It's something that you want to make a career out of, but it's fine. You tell them that they really don't need a fancy computer for their email and recipes, which hooked them, and then after that, they were good. Unless you have grandkids and would be able to play games. Unless you want your grandkids to be able to play game. Buy a crappy computer unless you want your grandkids to be able. Yeah? I mean, it's true. Sorry, I'm also still slightly distracted by the hot potato stuff going on in the background. So if I blank out for a few seconds, I swear to God, I'm just checking in with the charity stuff. For reference, as a group, the charity event that my stream team is helping manage, it's Sui, one of my stream team members' actual events, has raised $41,713.36 playing RimWorld for the last 3 days in like a relay race kind of fashion. For Doctors Without Borders. So I'm a little bit distracted by that. My days off where I didn't stream, I literally was just watching that shit the entire time. And I personally raised $5,800 in total. Hey Matt, what's up, dude? Yeah, no, I don't know. Whenever I hear about people having to work commission sales, I just get sad because to me it's like just such a fucking awful thing that you could have to do. It's such a shitty way to have to make a living. But you know, it works for some. Watching Futurama? Watched Futurama in a long. They would never watch it again, actually. A ranger now. 3, actually. Before they kill a bunch of capybara people. I'll be like, no. How you enjoying your weekend, Matt? It's Maximus in chat is my real life cousin, who streams a little bit of Factorio and retro games. Patolus is a big fan. We'll give buckets. You're out of beer. I haven't had beer in 32 days. No. $35 days. Also, Matt, I have to ask you, do you actually enjoy the Donkey Kong Country games? Or do you just hate play them? Because I can't tell. 'Cause you just seem so mad whenever you're playing them. Like, those games to me are just silly, easygoing, and chill. And you're just, like, lividly angry at every platform you touch. Because you just look so mad, dude. Matt was playing a little bit of the third Donkey Kong Country game last night and seething with rage. One and two are great. The third one pisses you off, Howard. Fair. Fair. You know what? I can sympathize with you there. Chat, I've got a question. Everybody hates water levels. What is the worst water level? Because I actually have an underwater level that I like. Play that when you were a kid? I still have Matt's old cartridge for DK Country 1 over in my closet. I never played NES TMNT. I believe that would be bad, though. I believe it. Certainly do. My least favorite underwater level is probably the first underwater level in Super Mario 64. Which is the best water level? Best water level is the whole water section in Inside. This game. The whole water section of this game is perfect. It plays incredibly well, feels incredibly good, and doesn't piss me the fuck off. Not easy, but perfect. I really like the first water level in Donkey Kong Country. Fish docked or dissector has been good and claims a craft. Had a single possession, only phase. That's a heavy bones, whatever that is. Cloth. You were weird. The water temple. So you want to know what's really weird? I've never played Ocarina of Time. Rough honey yellow barrels, granite blocks, pigtail cloth, water buffalo cow bone, cashew wood. Also have to remove some of these. I'm actually shocked no dwarves have been dropped into the water yet. Nobody is just like randomly drowned. Cashew wood ring. You used a whole water buffalo corpse to make a cashew wood ring? That's impressive. Worth 31,200. Called Elo Taran. Buck Sculpt. Or with the name Buck Sculpt. This is a cashew wood ring. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with oval granite cabochons and table-cut honey yellow barrels. And encircled with bands of pigtail, this object menaces with spikes of water buffalo bone. On the item is an image of dwarves in cashew wood. The dwarf in the artwork relates to the foundation of Archroads by the artificial jump of the brilliant saber in the early spring of 3 Pi. Trying to fish in a water with carp in DFs can... Is trying to fish in a river with carp in DF considered a water level? I mean, maybe when carp would one-shot your dwarves, but the fact that that bug has been fixed and they don't one-shot your dwarves anymore makes it kind of less exciting, you know? Like, they used to one-shot your dwarves, yes. They don't anymore. So, is it really that scary now that they no longer one-shot your dwarves? Like, back then, for sure. No, totally. I completely agree. Terrifying. You never want to have to, you know, deal with carp, right? But since they don't, like, insta-gib your dwarves anymore, they're significantly less concerning. Outpost Liaison has arrived. Which means it's time to trade. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We have updated your world and civilization in request you have of our merchant. Actually, you know, I didn't ask for this last time. Cloth and leather, because foods are demanding leather and I have none. What are you willing to, here's what we're willing to offer you for a Crastor ship. And Vuzel, Apholimus. I look forward to our meeting next year. So chat, what do you think of this format now that we're on week 2 of it? This kind of one-shot format where I try and build a thing as quickly as possible. It's a little bit harder this time because I'm trying to build something kind of big and cool, but like, what do you guys think of this Fortress format? I don't know if the giant sponges thing ever got fixed, Saspot. I seem to be liking it. I mean, generally I wouldn't do a thing if I didn't like it. But I can do things that chat hates. And I've done many things in the past that chat very much doesn't like. And generally you guys don't tell me until I've been doing it for way too long. And it was like, well, if you're still enjoying it, I'm like, well, I'm not enjoying it if chat's not, so it doesn't matter if I'm not. You know? You like self-imposed goals and limits? Good shit. Hard to keep track of the amount of food that we have without having management. This little room that I'm working on right here is going to be our bedroom. Didn't we just get more migrants? Like it's just 2. Doors am I at? 3? Oh, I need some more doors. Still some more beds. Also, I need to hack down some more trees, so do that pretty easily. We're nice and far away from the elves to the point where they would. Hey, Yellowberry. How we doing? Popping in to say hello. Well, we'll see you when we see you then. Hello, Barry. All right, so we need to get roofing up in here so I can actually get these bedrooms built. Because currently, none of these bedrooms are even going to work. Can't place beds outside, so. Extend that. Got a fruit fly buzzing around. Almost the other side. Yeah, we're getting there. But I really want to kind of get these dwarves housed up here. Really, really, really want to get these dwarves housed up here. Build kind of like an emergency seal, I guess. Be the right word to use right there, which we can hook up. Oh. Lever. Give me a lever. So you know what? I'll probably need both of those. I'll need to make more mechanisms, but that's okay. Not trading, but that's okay. We're not going to be here too much longer. Okay, we're about 80% of the way done. I do still need to clean stuff up, get a little wall built on the other side, get the actual, like, bridge sorted. Building increases the skill. Yep, construction. Also, I don't know if you guys have seen all the little pixel arts that Mute's been posting in Discord, but this so kind of neat. Into it. With the average construction? Any way to see what the average level is? No. I mean, I can... I think the skill might be hidden. There is a construction related skill, but I think it's hidden. No, I have no way to check the average skill. Need to cut some gems because I'd like to have some gem windows in my bedrooms. White opals and yellow opals. Get those cut. This would be a cool thing to visit in adventure mode, I think. Which is kind of the whole point of this, right? The whole point of the exercise is to make cool things to visit in adventure mode. No? Why would I be digging out a pit? We dug down to the cavern layers where all the granite and marble is, because I didn't really want to make the whole thing out of siltstone or conglomerate. So technically we're mining from underground. Start using marble up here. You wasn't here, link you Twitch with Discord? What? What? I mean, that's not really missing letters, that's missing an entire word, but... Can you do me a favor? Rewrite the whole sentence that you were trying to write, because I've like looked at several things that you wrote down and I have no idea what you're talking about. You headed to bed, spaceship? Dwarf, we'll see you later, dude. Spending time in the stream today. It's part of the discussions and chit chats. Good. They built fortifications instead of floors. Whoops. Florida vacations. Yes. The difference between lower and capital, you know? Oh, I understand now. I'm confused. Or I was confused. No longer confused. I get it now. Yeah, to get the sub role in Discord, you have to link the 2 accounts. Because not everything I can do manually, you know? Some things just have to be automatic. That's one of those things. Gotta be automatic. Sorry, this is just like fascinating to me. I've had my 3 best days in a row on YouTube ever. Check. Got $14 of ad revenue, $13 in ad revenue, and then back up to almost $14 of ad revenue. 3 days. All because one video just decided to get put in the algorithm and get a buttload of views over a couple of days. It was this video. This video was doing all right, doing all right, doing all right, doing all right, and then boom! The algorithm just took it for a ride. And it's still going. That's the first time that that's really happened, where I've made like a noticeably large amount of money off of one video. Like I've had other videos get like pulled into the algorithm before, but never that quickly in such a short period of time. The naked mole dog and a Gorlak running around. Not that many exciting creatures. I was really hoping for some big, scary creatures, but not in this fortress, it seems. Like, there was definitely the possibility for, like, giant jaguars, as I said in the embark screen, but nothing. Nothing. Nothing of the sort. I'm actually a little bit disappointed, Dwarf Fortress. Marsh Titan and Cyclops. We have enough dwarves to get, like, Titans. Wait, we have more than enough dwarves to get Titans. We have more than enough dwarves to get were creatures. We have more than enough dwarves to get all of that kind of stuff. Nothing. Also, that's interesting. Oh, I see. Anyway. I apparently had 2 copies of that thing set up. But you don't usually see. You want to know why? It's because it got a very large number of comments. An abnormally large number of comments versus how many of comments my videos usually get. So it had an abnormally large number of comments in a very short period of time. And that rocketed it into the algorithm. Like, the first few days it was up, it did okay. But it got, like, 40 comments in, like, 4 hours for some reason. Like, it was getting, like, comment every 10 minutes. And when that happened, it just went boom. And I don't know what caused all the comments, but it just happened. Because one of my videos actually did well in the algorithm is why. Most of my videos don't do well in the algorithm. Like, I just put up a video today that is on pace to get like 500 views. And then it'll fall out of the algorithm and no one will ever see it again. Which is fine because it's funded by my Patreon. So people who support me on Patreon fund those videos. Yeah, it's like... I mean, it is, but it's a discussion video with kind of a clickbaity title designed to make people look and then yell at me. It's funny, actually, if you read most of the comments, most of them just kind of agree with what I have to say. But the way I titled it, because I was curious to see if clickbaiting would work. The way I titled it makes it look like it's full-on aggro intentionally.
3 years of sneaking into Dwarf Fortress streams.
Coffee, my dude, what's up? Best beverage, the best person. How you been, man? 36 months. I'm fucking sneaks by, dude. Really does. Jack, can I get a round of beers for coffee? How you been, man? Hope 2020 hasn't been too cruel to you. How am I traveling? What do you mean by traveling? But if you're asking like how I'm doing, I've been ups and downs. Like there are bits and pieces where I'll do okay, and then there will be like weeks/months on end where it's like kind of the worst mental health of my life. So I think it would be inaccurate to say that I'm doing well, but I'm okay. The other day we raised almost $5,000. Yeah, a few days ago we were able to raise $5,800 for Doctors Without Borders, so that was a good pick-me-up. But aside from that, I've been all over the place. I need to move these dwarves up and out. But I also need more rocks. So this is the area that I've been mining out. I want to say it was Gimper earlier who was asking what I've been mining out. This is what I've been mining out. This whole chunk of caverns. Animal has grown to become a stray donkey. So chat, you know how we embarked on a swamp and you guys wanted me to have a donkey? Well, one just kind of showed up with one of the migrant waves, so we didn't even need to get a donkey. We just naturally got a donkey. Shouldn't I tell him to get out of my swamp? And then it will build a border? Water buffalo bull is fighting? Danger? We can re-queue up all these block making jobs. Got up for coffee. What'd you miss? Not a whole lot. I've got beds up here now. I mean, I don't know exactly when you left for coffee, but not much. I had to queue up a bunch more stones to be mined out of boulders. Winter's arrived. We're on our 3rd year now. I estimate that this will take probably another half a year or so. We've officially been streaming for 8 hours, so it's been a good length stream. I think that this format is working pretty well. There been any artifacts recently? We've had 4 in this fortress. We've had a cashew ring. This one, it relates to the history of the fortress being founded, which is buck sculpt. We had Walk Twinkled, the wealthy man, a perfect white opal. We had Soulish Shrinks, the good ends, a sulfurite cabinet, and a white opal cage. Is that they developed the world? How so? Don't all forts develop the world? Is kind of, I guess, what I'm asking. That's not what I want. Granite is what I wanted. Yeah, no, I would say we're making pretty good progress. Oh, so let's allow a lot of little-known pockets to exist for us to peek in on, which will change over time. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, like, the reason I'm doing it this way is because it'll make adventure mode significantly more interesting, right? Every fort causes the 2-week increments, yeah, but also so does like starting and stopping an adventurer, right? I don't think it's necessarily the 2-week period that's interesting. What I think is interesting about these little short forts, not to steal Krug Smash's naming scheme, but the interesting thing about these short little forts to me is that there's little constructions that you're familiar with that are like known landmarks around the map. So like now at this point we have this fort, which is right behind my camera, which is where we are, but we also have this little known area up here. If I can actually find it, where is it? Right here. Like this whole area, not the Waxy Hall. What was the civ that we left from? I think it was actually these guys, wasn't it? Trustworthy Picks, yeah. So the Trustworthy Picks, which we embarked with up to here to then murder a bunch of dwarves up in this end, like this little fortress we're aware of, right? We're also aware that there is a dragon's den right here. I mean, find me another world where you could embark right here knowing that there's a dragon's den right there, which totally gonna fucking do. Steal all the artifacts. Yes, I'm also actively making a bridge that I could take an adventurer across. Yo, chat, should we keep going straight and then down onto the beach? Or should I just take like a fucking hard left and go to that cliff face over there? What do you think? Take a hard left and go over there, or keep going straight? I could totally put a pillar on the bridge too if we take the hard left.
This is madness! Madness. This is stoned hobo. This is
Go see Mass. Yeet. What? That English? Welcome back, Hobo. How far am I from North Ground? I mean, I need to get down to take out those trees anyway. Oh, you're speaking weeb. Okay. Well, I need to make downstairs anyway. From like up here down. Oh. For me not. I don't know if you're still lurking, but your dwarf's had a fey mood. We don't have a single depressed dwarf, and we don't have a single dwarf dead yet. Hey, Bogtu. What's up? Of course, that could change very quickly. It's going to be a perfect gem. Because of where chinchillas spread like a zombie plague, and no matter where you went, they invaded very quickly. Every caravan and visitor? Really? Wow. I don't think I've ever had a world that's that infested that I couldn't have caravan. That's fucked up, dude. I'm so sorry. I haven't had any casualties yet? I mean, maybe I'm just too good at Warfort. I mean, I have some exasperated and tired dwarves, but... no depressed dwarves. Why did I choose marble floor for up here? I need to go down and mine out a bunch more marble. Squingy Knot. Lalar Katan. A gem cutter has created Arshin, a perfect white opal, and claims it as a family heirloom. Worth 48,000. This is a perfect white opal. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of white opal. Not as valuable as the other perfect white opal, but still pretty fucking cool. I imagine that a perfect sphere that a dwarf is just glued shards of opal to. I mean, it's probably prettier than that. What's with all the mist slash smoke? Ocean. Waves. Assuming that's what you're referring to. You see these big old waves? You know, they come up, slam against the beach and go psh. Look at all those beautiful waves. I love the way beaches in Dwarf look. I mean, we saw 2 Mako sharks. I don't believe I've ever seen a Mako shark before. I mean, seeing like a blue whale would be fucking cool, but like, what are you gonna do, right? This big biome is showing because we're starting to get some lag. But yeah, no, you are right. I'm also kind of surprised we haven't seen more secret. I've always wanted to see a great white shark, just because of how, or not a great white shark, a blue whale, just because of how rare they are in DF. Sort of like in real life. Am I like making beds on endless repeat? Oh, yeah, I did. I am making beds on non-stop repeat. Whoops. Imagine that they spend most of their time out in the middle of the oceans. Yeah, no, exactly. It's not a very dwarfy place. So the dwarves don't really venture that far out to see them. Doesn't make them any less cool or hard to find. You know, the one-of-a-kind forgotten beasts are easier to find than blue whales. Is the bridge officially over land? Yep. It is officially over land. Sorry if I'm a little bit non-responsive. I'm relatively distracted, unfortunately. Personal things going on in the background. Hopefully you guys don't mind a little bit more quiet blind. Still reading chat, though. Doesn't matter. So now we are officially over land. Yep, I know. I can see it. I have it, like, up on my main monitor, so... We're gonna hit 50,000. We'll hit it by Burke. Unless something wild happens, I think ETEL will probably do 5,000. And Burke will get us over 50,000. But, you know, wild things may happen. Alright, so we're going to hack down these trees on this side so we can get through over to the top of the beach. I'm also just assuming chat's kind of quiet because I know for a fact a bunch of you are all watching hot potato stuff, which is tough. Oh. You go fell some trees for us, Dwarf. Cutting the trees out of the way. You can construct past. There they go. Oi? What are we oying about, Peter? I just hope somebody passes me, because I'm still the #1 highest earner, and I don't feel fully deserving of that, I'll be honest. I just got lucky. Someone was really generous. Some quiet person out there was really generous. Also, my rabbit gave birth to bunnies! Excellent. I have 2 pet rabbits that came with the dwarves, and now we're getting baby bunnies. This has been a very peaceful fort. A very uncharacteristically peaceful fort. Especially considering this side of the map is in range of necromancers. Like, this side of the map over here could get zombies. I was kind of figuring that almost immediately we'd get dead walk. Hide while you still can on this. Very much expecting that. There are multiple necromancer towers in range of that. All right, so let's see what kind of plants we have over here. We have bubble bulbs. Got rice. Almond reeds, sawgrass. Bubble bulbs. Feather trees. Coconuts. Palm. Not many tiles, what, up here? There was multiple battles and raised zombies? I mean, this is in range of us. This human tower? Maybe we'll be able to retire this fortress peacefully. Just leave them as bridge stewards. I feel like this would be a very important and valuable place to capture. Oh. I wonder if this place is going to get captured after we give it up. Kind of hope that these dwarves get to live long and prosper, you know? Bridge on River... I'm not familiar. I'm glad that you find the streams entertaining. It's always nice seeing people make the jump from YouTube to Twitch or just showing up. They're just looking for DF stuff. Makes me feel like the YouTube stuff I do is actually worth it. Because, like, I'm making a little bit of money on YouTube now, and it's kind of nice. It's certainly not enough to, like, be worth focusing more time on, but, like, the amount of time I put into YouTube after having a YouTube channel since 2014 and uploading to it relatively frequently since 2014, in the last, like, 8 months, it's actually become worth uploading to it. Or it's been worth my time to upload it, rather. Which has been a very interesting change of pace from the way YouTube always has been traditionally for me, which is relative, complete, and total utter fucking waste of time. So it's been nice to kind of have that. There we go. What we needed. Well, that'll give us an idea of where we need to head to. Once the dwarves come running down here to go construct that. Still just love looking at the waves. I've seen 2 groups of crab people. There was that first group of crab people, and I've seen 1 group of crab people since. Second group of crab people was 2 people. But that's it. I was kind of hoping we'd get visitors too, but we kind of haven't. Like all of... Yeah, my tavern and my temple are both public. We've had no public visitors. Because there was so many animal people, I was kind of hoping we get like visitor troops with animal people in them, but nope. What we'll have to do is we'll have to take an adventurer at some point and come down here with like an animal person adventurer at some point and then come down to this area and settle. Suspended the construction of a ramp. Why? Unsuspend it, you fools. It's like everybody's dead before they get here. Worm Shadow, that's what it's like. Like, why are we getting no visitors? They're all dead! Every single one of them! Suspend all this and actually let this stockpile fill up a little bit. Finish up the construction. Don't want to follow a rabbit. Oh, Jesus. We're almost out of alcohol. I haven't brewed beer in a bit. Probably do that. Gather plants. Wonder if we could get any sunberries on the other side and get some sunshine. The Cyclops to the right of me actively hunts people. Well, I mean, like... They haven't hunted us yet. We have enough dwarves. They know we're here. I have no soldiers by design. So if they wanted to fight me, they very much could. Spring has arrived on the calendar. You're hoping to see a Marsh Titan? I mean, my hope is that we get something big and scary like that, but still get the bridge done. Because I think that would be a really good way to end it, you know? Like, have the completed bridge fort, but also have no civilized population living there, or a monster. I think would be a really cool way to end a fort like this. That being said, I'm totally fine with that not necessary. You know what I mean? Like, it would be really cool kind of end the fort by... big scary thing invading and murdering all the dwarves. We have a mayor now. Troll Bridge, kind of? But, like, trolls aren't scary at all. So more like Hill Titan Bridge. Or Dragon Bridge. Or a Giant Bridge. Or Cyclops Bridge. Or something. Not saying that I want my dwarves to die. Like, it's nice that they're still alive and happy, but... Oh, I read that as troll, not toll. But yeah, toll bridge. I mean, it's not going to be a toll bridge because there is no economy in Dwarf Fortress because these dwarves are all communist. Slay. Oh, dude. Cave crocodiles, water buffaloes. How long this bridge is. Like... That's kind of ridiculous. Did I embark with 3 billy goats? No, I didn't. But because both sides of the biome were swamp, that wanted me to embark with a donkey. But I didn't, so my dwarves just brought one. Yeah, there, right there. See, I have a donkey now. Do I have any goats? Bunnies, donkeys, horses. Nope, no goats. Water buffalo. No goats, unfortunately. No goats. So someone just posted a video on YouTube of someone emulating Dwarf Fortress on Android. Huh. I would not want to play it that way. But that's impressive. Their definition of playable is something. I mean, it was inevitable. Also terrifying. That's my opinion. I mean, I could totally see how you could make DF playable with voice commands. I would actually argue that if you did that correctly, it would be much more playable than playing it on Android like that. I could see that being significantly more playable. Significantly more. And pleasant to play. I'll have you know, voice attack is incredibly capable software. It's designed mostly for flight sim players to fly spaceships. Yeah, no, I think there's definitely worse or weirder ways you could play DF than with voice command. And look at all the construct building commands. Cool. The alcohol count has gone up. We were sitting on an incredibly low amount of alcohol. It was satisfying to bite the head. I had a Kinder Surprise in a very long time. I really like Kinder Surprise eggs. Even though they are an incredibly dangerous choking hazard to children, according to America. Santa killer. The opposite of Santa, baby. So traumatizing. Any of you guys ever read the story of the guy who would smuggle the lawyer who would smuggle Kinder Surprise eggs into the States for his kids from Canada when he would travel up to Canada? And one time he got busted at the airport trying to smuggle, it was like 40 Kinder Surprise eggs into Canada. And the security guards said that, or out of Canada into the States. And U.S. security said they wouldn't fine him because it was something like $2,000 a Kinder Surprise egg fine to smuggle them into the States. They wouldn't fine him if he just sat there and ate them all, so they made him eat 40 Kinder Surprise eggs. It was a pretty big news story a little while ago. It's kind of amazing. Hold on, let's see if I can find the article. This is a legit thing that happened. apparently this happens a lot. I can't actually find the story that I was thinking of, but yeah, apparently this happens like kind of frequently. Also, apparently drug smugglers like to use them to try and smuggle things into the States. Article I just spotted of 2 drug smugglers were caught because they were caught with Kinder Surprise eggs and they opened them and they were full of drugs. It's kind of amazing. You looked him up in Legends? Guy's got 115 kills? I mean, that's not that bad. That's like not even a whole Dwarven fort. Another Feymood. Best kind of surprise? Yeah! Heroin! Woo! You're lucky that the Border Patrol never searched your parents when you went to a store. Why? Because you never got busted with Kinder Surprise eggs? Wonder what the most common, like, dumb thing that gets accidentally smuggled into the States is. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder what the most common stupid thing people get caught smuggling accidentally or intentionally into the country. Like, I'm trying to think, like, what, like, aside from Kinder Surprise eggs, what's a dumb thing that's illegal in the States that, like, none of us would think of? Like, as a Canadian, it's like accidentally bringing a joint into this. But that's not dumb. That's, like, a legitimate offense. Like, something that, like, you shouldn't really get in trouble for, but still do. Cigarettes? Wait, hold on a second. Is it illegal to take cigarettes across the border? Is it actually? Octagon cut, hunt, yellow, honey yellow cabochons, palm wood logs, and yeah, man. I mean, sure, but like, I consider prescription drugs to be like kind of a legitimate thing, right? Like that actually being a problem if it's smuggled. No, I mean something like along the lines of a Kinder Surprise egg, where it's like, yeah, sure, it's legitimately illegal, but like, that's bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, if anybody actually takes that shit seriously, come on. Oh, we're out of rock. Never go to the persuasive swamps. Good to know that we're in the just swamps and not the persuasive swamp. Not particularly persuasive, more like the murder swamps. To smuggle freedom across international borders? What do you mean by smuggling freedom? Erish has created a self-right statue of Attis Thunder Girder and offers it to the artificial jump. Well, first off, that is going to be gloriously placed on the bridge. But to somebody who happens to have the save file for this, which you can grab if you would like this save file, in there. It's one of the Google Drive links on the right. But who the fuck is Attis Thundered Girder? I'd love to know. especially if you guys know chat. Walking him up. Good to know. Probably like just a family member or something, but I want to know if it's somebody important. You grew up in Detroit and smuggled a few Cuban cigars in Canada? Yeah. Trying to think of things that I've accidentally smuggled in and out. I know somebody who's smuggled joints out of Seattle into Vancouver, post-legalization in Vancouver, but he did it accidentally. It was just in his pocket. And he realized, like, after we'd crossed the border, and he was like, oh, whoops. Which was kind of very funny. All right. Thundered Girder. See who you are. Worth 36,000. This is a self-right statue of Attis Thundered Girder. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. This item is a masterfully designed image of Attis Thundered Girder, the dwarf, and a goblin in self-right by Aerith. The goblin is striking down Attis Thundered Girder. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Attis Thundered Girder by the goblins in the oceans of prison in the late spring of 314 during Slaztosp, the Splattered Siege. It is decorated with coconut palm and encircled with bands of cushioned self-right cabochon and rose-cut honey yellow barrels. On the item is an image of Cole Legend Relic. Legend Relic. The dwarf and dwarves in self-right. Cole Legend Relic is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Cole Legend Relic to the position of Queen of the Brilliant Saber in the year 86. Good shit. I like it. Well, that is a badass statue. He's going to live right there. Looks like a random dwarf who's been imprisoned by a group called the Evil Swallowing. The Evil of Swallowing for a while. Okay, guess they're not exactly blowjob positive. The monstrous blankets, and then fought in a battle called the Mire of Cresses. Yeah, probably. It can be good or bad, Squad. Depends on whether or not it's good looking. Land border control kind of cares a bit less about the general people crossing the border, and they're more focused on commercial traffic. Border control at airports are a lot tighter. Yeah, it's easy for you to say, Audio. I've been detained 3 times crossing the border into the States, taken into a separate room and, like, told to empty my pockets and questioned and shit. I think I just have a doppelganger that is, like, a drug smuggler or something. So, like, whenever I go to cross the border, I always get detained. Well, not always. 5 times I've gone down to the States via the bus. 3 times I've been detained. Not good odds. Would gaze upon it again. Best statue. Assuming it's that. Of saying you were adopted? Wait, what? Are you actually adopted? Why is that a mistake? That's fucked up. Like, actually, what the fuck? That is wild, dude. I'm so fucking sorry. That's like some PTSD level shit. Like, for me, every time I've been detained at the border, it's been when I'm traveling down. It's mostly just me being absurdly frustrated and annoyed. Like, not really something I would consider scarring, but that could, like, fuck up a child forever. That's wild, dude. Sound like a fucking surfer. What is wrong with you? Wild, dude. Fucking radical. I sound like the turtles in Finding Nemo. Man, that's fucking radical, dude. You're just super lucky. I think, Hobo, like, I don't know how to word this aside from that. You just act like somebody who isn't breaking any rules. Like, you're very good at being just an unassuming person who isn't breaking any rules. If that makes any sense. Like, you're very good at being that person. I just look guilty. Like, I have this way of holding myself that just makes me look visibly nervous all the time. You're still terrified to cross the border and you're nearly 40. I just kind of roll my eyes like, are you going to do this again? Like, are you actually going to do this again? Yeah, I wish I had that skill, Hobo. Which is one of the reasons why I like bringing you to parties at conventions, is because you act like you're supposed to be there, so they don't ask if I'm supposed to be there. When in reality, I'm the one that's supposed to be there, and you're probably not supposed to be there. But it works, and so it evens out. So neither of us are suspicious. The number of parties I've gotten Hobo into that he wasn't on the guest list for. More than we should admit publicly. But it is intimidating? Yeah, no, I agree. Very good way of putting it. It's not hard, it's just very intimidating. Of course you clipped that, Gimper. Of course you clipped that. Hey, man. You went to potentially the last PAX West, or the second to last PAX West. Or maybe the last PAX West that wouldn't have been horrendous to be at. Dude, think about this. The next fucking PAX West, or not PAX West, PAX East that happened after the one we went to, COVID-19 pandemic was just starting to ramp up. Where everything was about to go into lockdown. And they were debating as to whether or not they should cancel the event. God, I'm so happy that we went the year we did, not the year after. Hey now, you're an all-star. The show on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Did anybody else own that on CD when they were younger? I certainly did. All I'm saying is we picked a good year to go to PAX West. God, I'm losing my voice. What the? Hey, I'm really sorry. I don't know what happened. I was just told to show up to the party. I never got the email. And then hoping that either the desk lady says, it's all right, here's your pass, or someone on the right, or someone says the right name and you're golden. Yep. You're very correct. The number of, like, I just know the person to name drop's name that gets us both in times at conventions. I feel like a bad person sometimes. I love the way that you spelled Skrek. Skrek, yes. Hey man, Shrek made bajillions of dollars. One of my favorite Eddie Murphy quotes is someone told him in an interview, or asked him in an interview, when will you stop making Shrek movies? And he said, never. And then they said, are you sure? And he says, well, at least until people stop spending money on Shrek. It's like, I'd gladly stop making Shrek movies, but you guys keep going to see them. Put Shrek on something and 1 billion people will show up. Why not? Oh, really? Must have been a shitty beast or some really badass dwarf. I have 2 windows put into this. The cycle goes on and the movie never ends. They don't stop coming and they don't stop coming. Something hit the ground running. So much to do, so much to see. A gigantic feathered flatworm. It would indeed make a nice dust mop. Wait, what was its ability? Please tell me it was beware its deadly dust. It would be really funny if it was just like the anti-broom. Also, Vahali, what's up? So this upper layer here is going to be our tavern, public tavern. As you bloody well should be. Things comfy. So long to walk. We are building a tavern. But primarily what we're building is we're building a giant-ass bridge. Now you might wonder, streamer, why are you building a giant-ass bridge? Well, I'm doing this format of Dwarf Fort called Day Forts, where I do one unique fort every day. Or one unique fort every Saturday, rather. the whole point of it is that it keeps things very fresh. So every Saturday we will play a different fort with a specific theme and a specific goal. This particular fort's goal is to build a bridge from this previously rather inaccessible area to another accessible area so we can take an adventurer across it. So I have one stream to build the bridge, which we've done, and now make it more or less livable for my dwarves. So I've got this little tiny living space right here. This is going to be a little tavern. I just quickly need to make inside. Have a little temple on the lower level. Yeah, it'll I killed 5 dwarves, and it was killed by Moses' brass speaker. A place called Speech Granite. Deadly spittle. Okay, so it's an anti-mop. The group of infrastructure. Well, they must have been like an early dwarven group, like heading out to, you know, start building the early infrastructures for their society and faction. Perfectly logical name. Or bridges in this world? None that I've seen. Morgado could go dig through the gods. Summer has arrived on the calendar. Yeah, it would be really cool to be like the road builders. I mean, the plan for the far future is to just remove the map limits and just have access to the whole world in fort mode. I know Tarn's talked about that. It'll happen one day. We call it something like the Hall of Soap. I actually had, I've actually had forts dedicated. So... Although we've had some pretty interesting names in this world that are not related to soap. How much longer am I streaming? Like quite a bit. Some stuff happened behind the scenes in my personal life that I don't really want to get into, but will make me really upset if I'm left alone in my own brain. So I'm probably going to be streaming for quite a bit. Not necessarily all Dwarf Fortress. And I don't know if you've ever felt this before, chat, but I certainly get... I'm sometimes genuinely afraid to be left alone in my own brain. Part of the reason why sometimes I stream such long periods, because I don't want to be left alone in the quiet of my own head. Quite literally. I can't handle it. Place a flow zone. Meeting location, assign location, add inn/tavern. The Garlic of Roofs, I like it. That's rough. For that queen. Does anybody else find the yellow of the cyberpunk coloring to be abrasive on the eyes? I know it might sound a little random, but I've been seeing a lot of cyberpunk ads recently. I just popped up a stream. I wanted to have it up for it because of the charity stuff. I saw that cyberpunk ad. Like, their visual marketing is fucking an assault on my senses to a point where I find it kind of awful. Does kind of burn? Okay, so I'm not the only one. Like, I noticed it specifically when that graphics thing was posted on the Discord the other night. It's like, how good of a computer do you need to run Cyberpunk? And I was like, oh god, my eyes! They're bleeding! I can't handle this yellow! The fuck? And I've kind of been feeling that way since. It's like, why did they choose that, like, visual assault on the senses as their, like, marketing choice color? Because it's fucking awful. There we go. That's going to kind of be our living space, if you will. called the Salve of Friends. The Salve of Friends. They were assaulted by a forgotten beast and they all died. I mean, if you want the world, you can just go download it. ! Dayfort. And caravan has arrived. Just the human caravan, not a royal treasure. Not that interesting. Surprised none of these dwarves are depressed. Oh, there you go. Yeah, they're gonna start getting upset now. Look at this dwarf. Lonely, bored. Yep. Ah, must be inside. So now ideally they should be spending the majority of their time up here. This one, be retired. Be retired. Hold. But everything else can just go here. So now we basically live over on this side. I mean, it's been raining a lot, but raining a lot doesn't give them instant depression. It's been raining almost the entire time since we got here. Dwarven Necromancer became the Baron of the Raw Arrow? Why is that yikes? Necromancers are fine. They're just regular dwarves with weird hobbies. Let them have their weird hobbies. What do you got against their weird hobbies? They just want peace and love at all costs. They just want to end all wars at all costs. Why is that bad? They just have the dream of ultimate peace and silence and freedom from loud living. The way anybody does. Okay. Anybody who plays vanilla by hitting P, L, and managing the labors on each. Heck, I play the game the way it was designed. I know it's a weird concept. Works just fine. To steal something? Why would it be bad for them to corrupt dwarves into making something into steel? Spelled steel wrong. But yeah, no. They do indeed do bad things. I'm mostly just joking. I do love the kind of running joke of the fact that necromancers are just hobbies joke. They're just very into death and undeath. Doesn't necessarily make them evil. But yes, yeah. Definitely. Something that genuinely annoys me, Ozzy, are the people who insist that Dwarf Fortress is completely unplayable without Lazy Noob Pack. Could not disagree more. Genuinely could not disagree more. And I think that there's a lot of people who do DF a great disservice by talking up about how unplayable it is without plugins and extensions, which is one of the reasons I play in vanilla, to prove to people that you can just play the game. You don't need any extensions. Like, do they make the game easier? Certainly. Do they make learning some of the controls easier? Certainly. Is it necessary? Absolutely not. I mean, heck, I think Tarn does the game a great disservice by talking about how the UI is terrible all the time. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy at a point. Nice to have sounds. I hate so many of the samples they use in SoundSense. I think they're really bad. I'm a big fan of good audio design. SoundSense is really bad audio. Ship Flesh is a good name. The Pillar of Raw Fondness founds Ship Flesh. The Pillar of Raw founds Ship Flesh. That is giggle worthy, yes. I am very mature. Bum, bum, bum. Investments are open if you wish to invest your ticket. I don't care about speed when I'm playing Dwarf. DF isn't a game that I play to play. I don't see that as an advantage. But I'm also not here to argue why I don't use DF hack. If you want to watch the video I make on it, you watch the video I made on it. I have a video about why I don't use DF hack because I got tired of people. I want to say I have a command for it, but I can't actually remember what the command is. Say, go look up the video called Why I Don't Use DF hack. Whatever you enjoy doing, man. This is taking longer than I thought it would, I'm not gonna lie. Also, this I cannot stress this enough, just how chill this fort has been. Literally nothing has happened. Although I'm more just excited about being able to come and visit this area and adventure. I mean, I said it like 4 hours ago. Hasn't come yet, so I doubt it at this point on. I don't know who Thod Roadsmith is. Good last name. Get all this stuff removed. Come on, Dwarf. Gotta get a bunch of wall pieces put in. Come on, dwarves. Get all this stuff deconstructed. Put more of these in. More of these. Marble block. Starting to like the way this stations. I think I'm going to call it a fortress once this tavern is done. That's about the extent of what I'm going to do. Nothing super notable in this fortress today. All right, let's get these placed. Uh-oh, somebody got dropped. I just see cancels building, unconscious. You okay, guys? Nobody dead? Nobody dead? Yeah, cool. Okay. Okay, somebody did fall through a floor, though. All right, so we've got 2 dead dwarves. 3 dead dwarves. Deep down in the water. Whoops. Surprised that didn't happen sooner. Still no scary monsters, though. Just a mild construction accident. You know, just a small construction error. Whoops. Help. I thought I didn't deconstruct the wrong thing there, but I did deconstruct the wrong thing there. Armor, can I ask you an honest question? Why don't you just say hello? Like, are you referencing something? You making a joke? It would be really nice for you to just say hello. Hi, Armor. It's good to see you too. Water source vanished. Right up. The Queen Splashing. Queen of Splashing constructed the Oily Church and Oily Wall in mid-autumn of 240. The hatred of nuts. Wait, really? Is it actually spelled with a Z? Nuts. Absolutely nuts, man. Hey, man, I'll have you know I go to the Church of Lube every Sunday. Capital D. L. That's very funny. Well, at least nobody saw them die. know. I just need these to get done, and then roofing is done, and that's it for the tavern. Like, aside from, you know, the mild part where a bunch of dwarves fell through the floor right there at the end. For all I say, the fort would be a pretty mess. Never mind, that's marble floor. Don't put a granite piece there. That would look awful. On the actual page, it's a goblin sieve. I mean, talk about bending history, man. Intentionally incorrectly spelling the name of a group? Scandalous. What is this? Some kind of joke to you? Someone has an allergy. Just very allergic to like chestnuts specifically. God, I'm so glad dwarves don't have food allergies. Imagine like once or twice a year, a couple dwarves just die of asphyxiation for no real reason. It's like, oh, you're anaphylactic to rock nuts. Well, I guess I should stop putting rock nuts in every single one of my meals. It gets worse? You mean better? Is this like Dung's Depth, like that one place called Dung's Depth, the naughty hole? And they had a market called Duber in Dung's Depth, the naughty hole. Probably the funniest location name I ever discovered in DF. Why? I mean, there's a whole like 40-minute VOD of that on my YouTube channels of us laughing and reading about events that happened in Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole. Just go to my YouTube channel and look up Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole. You'll find that Cobalt Cave. Me reading about it, so you don't need to clip me restating the name of it. Very much a long-running thing. Also, I'm sure Tarn has seen just as silly things. The eggplant fiend? We can have vegetable fiends? Alright. Today I learned. Oh, the giving dwarves allergies? No, people. People have certainly talked to him. Well, it's official. Etelix has passed me for, or no, he hasn't passed me. Thought he would. Almost passed me for highest raiser in the hot potato charity. He's raised $5,011. I raised $5,800. Feel kind of bad I didn't finish the Farmer Guild Hall. We've got all of these dwarves celebrating here and hanging out in the tavern. Little do they know that deep down beneath them, a bunch of their friends lay dead, drowned, at the bottom of the ocean. Rather uneventful fort, but I enjoyed this one. Nothing particularly noteworthy, just some artifacts were made. It's definitely the longest fort I've ever made. Longest as in length. For a peaceful bridge building fort? Yeah, kind of. I enjoyed watching the ocean splash. Good time. You know what? I think before anything terrible happens, before these dwarves get utterly scarred for life, very happy, surrounded by family, euphoric due to inebriation, dwelling upon getting into an argument, looking splendid today, feeling appropriately dwarfy. I saw a dwarf tell a story of the formation of the Tulp of Doctrine at Woman Jugglers in the mid... wait. Oh, okay, right, yes. It's like, what? At the Garlic of Roofs, and it is interesting. They're hearing stories. Still no popular visitors. We do have a marlin down in the underwater. Swim pretty quick. God, you want something to attack this place? Do. I really want someone to show up and murder everyone. But, you know, sometimes we just can't have what we want. Sometimes Dwarf Fortress is oddly peaceful. Uncharacteristically. Add 3 hours onto that, Peter, because the stream dropped down. I'll play what? Yeah, my stream went down. Sucks. Good stream, though. Been 9.5 hours, I know, because it's 6:30. I start at 9. You're asking how you play Dwarf Fortress. Generally with a computer and keyboard. Screens help. Ideally, plugging your computer into power helps. Generally, you start by downloading it. How do you play Dwarf Fortress? Yes. With a mouse. Obscure. With a mouse. Look at those happy little dwarves. Be a shame if something were to happen to them. Quite like the tavern, though. A lot of arguments happening. They're not going to be happy for too long. Man, I was like super duper expecting things to attack us. Story they're telling. In the early 316, all of rock formed Archroads. A nice story. But I think it's time for us to retire this fortress. I think it's time to retire this fort. Really retire? All active saves will be deleted. Your fortress will become part of the world, and you may resume control later. But the circumstances will not necessarily be as you left them now. Goodbye, Archroads. We will come visit you later. So, to see where they are in a few weeks, it will be. Fortress has settled into the rhythm of day-to-day living on your meticulous concern. Sweet send-off? Yeah. Trying to decide if I want to do another game. I just want to call it. I think I'm going to call it, chat. I was considering doing a second game and streaming late. I'm gonna send you guys over to RN. I'd rate eTel, but like... Alright, so eTel is doing his leg of the hot potato challenge. Hopefully he knows. I'm gonna send you guys over to eTel. But what I want you guys to do is actually spam beer when you roll into his stream. His stream's super spammy all the time, so it's gonna be difficult to make a dent. If we can make it. He's raised $5,127. We raised $5,800. So cheer him on to go beat me. Right? But please, to all those of you who are lurking,